Okay. Well, my local file is newer. For those pages.
Oh, and OBS just dropped and just came back. Dropped frames 50%. Uh-oh. Hey, guys. We have a storm coming through.
Yeah. And it's an electrical storm, which tends to wreak havoc on satellite dishes.
Electrical storm?
Yeah, thunderstorm.
Okay, I've never heard it referred to as just an electrical
really?
storm.
Never have? Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking like sci-fi dystopian, you know.
No.
No,
Nothing
it's been
sci-fi or dystopian about that at all. It's just...
Wow.
But,
okay, the stream seems to have recovered.
Okay.
Oof. Saladin says electrical people call it that as it's not a good day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oof.
Well, and that's basically what happened is that all of a sudden, my PC just decided to stop. Maybe it was a little bit of a surge and it noticed it and I just said, nope. So, yes, Garrett. Yes, Garrett. Yes, Garrett.
We had to get the UPSs to take a charge first.
I mean, they're sitting right in back of my desk. They're fully charged. I mean, you mean I've got to actually plug them in? We got a first-time chat from Samuel1236. Thank you for coming and hi. Thank you for chatting for the first time. That's cool too. If you've been here before. Yesterday we hit 400 followers on Twitch, so that's a success, and that is really good news. Saladin says higher, better cat ratings on internet cables. Also pull more juice. Interesting. So Cat 6 pulls more juice than Cat 5? Is that what you're saying? Okay, we got 13 people back on our YouTube one, and we've got 7 viewers on Twitch, and we have the, I need to pop out the chat over here and pull it over so I can see it closer. Getting reset on everything. What are you laughing about, Robert?
Well, so over on YouTube chat, Safaricon says, "What's up, Doc?" And Oscar, hello Oscar, says, Doc once took out the whole board of directors of an airline company that was competing against Boeing with nothing but a pencil.
And he did his own birth. What's that?
Yep. Safaricon says, "I once heard that he fixed a major system malfunction at a server park just by side-eyeing the mainframe until it fixed itself."
That's actually more true than what you understand.
That's the way all computer issues are. The expert walks in the room and...
it fixes itself.
Yep.
It's kind of like, oh no, the bad guy's here, you know.
Megalith is first, by the way.
Megalith is first. Is he going to claim first?
He
today?
did.
He did.
He claimed first.
He claimed first. All right.
And then Oscar says, did you know that Doc is called Doc? Because on the day of his birth, the doctor was late and he did his own birth.
Oh, that is a funny one. That is a good one. That is a good one. So, hey, this is great. Yeah, Saladin, question mark, first, question mark. There's a reward type. It's called first.
Yeah, Saladin was here first, but yeah, Megalith sniped the first reward.
Yep. So, that's just all fun and games. It's really, really interesting. So, blah. Okay. Salad is sticking out his tongue. Is that what that is?
Yep.
Okay. This is a great start. I can tell that there's going to be a lot of fun today.
As long as the internet stays going.
As long as the internet stays going and our computers don't decide to take another vacation. Did you know? Do you want to know a Satisfactory Easter egg? Okay. We've undone the Easter egg for the Cybertruck. Do you know of another?
We also had, when you were upgrading one of the tiers, you punched it instead of pressing the button.
That's right.
And I've seen it once, but you didn't see it.
And we haven't seen it since. Yeah.
Right. Every once in a while in multiplayer, when you have somebody run, you see them do the Naruto run.
The what run?
It's called the Naruto run.
Okay.
When they're running along, they put their arms behind their back. It's super weird.
Okay. Doc inspired both John Wick. Oh. Okay. So in game chat, type hi Ada.
Oh, they
how
won't.
nice of you to write. I'm Ada.
Oh,
How can
hold
I
on,
help
Dad.
you?
Dad.
Yes.
They can't see you.
They can't see
But
me
you're in the
yet?
chat room.
Okay, I'm still in the chat room. Well, let's
So
get
let's
out of
take
the
it.
chat room.
There you go. Okay, you have to pull up chat again so they can see your
Okay,
response.
so I hit there and I said, hi, Ada. And it says, hi, Doc. How nice of you to write. I'm Ada. How can I help you? Now what do I do? That's not a recognized command. Okay, fine. Okay, so you can't really talk to her. Oh, what can she do for me? I asked her to do something and she said, nah, I don't recognize that. Okay, and my platform is slowly disappearing.
It'd be lovely if it started slowly disappearing on my screen, too.
Well, it just kind of disappeared all at once when I decided to fly.
Okay, well, that's...
So you're just going to raise up the platform, huh?
Yep.
One level or something?
Yep.
I'm gonna just destroy a couple trees for you.
How badly should I cause headaches for myself?
Not at all. Please, no headaches today, okay?
But in the name of design.
In the name of design, you would cause yourself headaches. Why would you do that? If you're building... Oh, no. That didn't work.
Okay, we have another command that both Samuel and Safaricon recommended.
Another command for Ada?
Yeah, just say, thanks, Jace, comma, helps a lot.
Okay, so, hi, Ada.
I don't think you have to hide it.
How can I help? Please be more
Unknown
specific.
transmission has been intercepted. It seems to be causing minor interferences, but nothing out of the ordinary. So feel free to...
Boy, howdy can you. Simply select the material type you'd like the buildable to have and build away. You can even bind the material to your hotbar if you're on the go. Now look, I know what you're thinking. What about colors? We got you covered. Bam! They're right there in the customizer too. Can you believe it? I certainly can.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is
That's
funny. That is really funny. Well, that's really funny, Robert. I didn't put on my recorder, so
Yeah, please do.
didn't have my recording, so I need to redo that one. Okay.
No, don't worry about it. People have.
People have heard that one.
Yeah, I would think so, but we still need the recordings anyway.
Okay. Well, I just turned on the recordings.
Excellent.
All right. Resume game. Okay. So what are we doing today? We are deconstructing everything over here because Robert just doesn't like the way I build things. So, he's reconstructed the platform that's no longer there. But what really is going on here is he needs to build it higher so he can build it over the lake here, out over this area over here, and use this area over by the copper tower. He's kind of trying to figure out how he's going to make it configure things over here because, he has the iron dome and then he has the copper tower. Now he's trying to figure out, what way do I want to build this one and make it kind of different than the other two buildings? You give everybody another building to give a name on. And so he's figuring that out. Right now, we've figured that we need, I've brought I've brought 2 coal, and I need 4 coal lines at 1200. I've brought in 3 iron, and I need 4 iron. So I need 4 coal, 4 iron, and I need to bring those 2 here to give enough for what Robert needs for the foundries. Okay, that's a given. He needs 800 per level that he's making here, per section that he's making. That means I need 4 lines so that we can input 4,800 into here. And once we get 4,800 in, we'll get, good heavens, we'll get 6,000 out, won't we? So, we'll get 1,200 per line. So, if my math is right, doing it in my head, we'll have quite the steel production coming from here that we can truck on into train on into the station. So I'm going and looking for more coal and for one more line of iron. So I need to pull up the map here real quick and remind myself where I was going to go, because I had it all laid out, all ready to go. And let's see if the nope, that one didn't come. So I'm going to hit escape here and put that down for a second, and I need to go to Satisfactory Calculator and open the interactive map again. And I need to drop in our saved game.
So Volacrim just resubbed on Twitch.
Hey, way cool.
Or I should say he just the gift from Starby just refreshed.
Fantastic.
So he says, thanks to Star for my sub gift. Yes, thank you.
Let's build the steel dodecahedron. Now that would be cool to do.
That's a bit complex for Satisfactory. I mean, it's doable.
Yeah, it would be.
Oof.
You really want us to make a giant 20-sided die?
I mean, death would definitely be involved.
Okay, so for those of us who are illiterate in these kind of things, a dodecahedron is a polyhedron with 12 flat faces.
Yeah.
Oh, 12? I
12.
thought that was 20.
Yep. 12 flat faces.
Yeah, doing that
So,
would be difficult because we don't have any five-sided panels.
yeah. 4 kinds of regular dodecahedra. So a dodecahedron is a class of geometric shapes. But we could do this one. I'm not quite sure, Robert. Can you see this on my?
Yeah, I can see it, but we don't have any pentagonal shaped
We don't. Yeah, we
platforms.
definitely don't have any 5-sided shapes.
We do have triangles, though,
Mm-hmm.
which those aren't regular triangles, though.
No, they're not. They end up being a little bit off on sides so they can connect them. Huh?
Garrett,
Nice.
you're thinking of icosahedron for the 20-sided die.
Icosahedron? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that the 20 triangular faced shape. That's easy.
Okay.
But even that's gonna be difficult because we need like a 138-degree angle between them, and trying to get a 138-degree angle will be rough.
And Garrett, is there any way that you could go in and clean up all these crates?
What crates?
The crates that I'm showing on my screen right now?
I'm not seeing your screen right now.
Oh, you're not, huh? Well, there's a ton of crates where you've been constructing at the north east corner, just in back of the trains, just
What?
west of the trains.
Where I've been constructing?
All right. Obviously, this is not going anywhere. That's fine. Go back to your.
I'm
Go back
coming
to.
over. I'm coming over. I'm at the very least going to see what you're talking about.
Well,
Well-
I'm looking at the wiki map, so I'm not seeing them in the building. But if you're able to pull open Twitch and see what's on the screen,
That was the wrong
Okay.
hypertube.
so it might have been when you were upgrading stuff or deconstructing stuff. I don't know, but there's a lot of crates inside the building, inside the Gigafactory. Okay. Anyway, so what I'm looking at here is I'm looking to get coal, and really a big user of coal is this plant over here. And one thing we noticed, I'm going to get rid of the little bit of fog that's on the screen. What we noticed is we've got 2 mines over here that are still Mark II mines. But the problem is, if we scroll in, the conveyor that was, well, conveyor was going over here, and it's. Robert, I found another spike off of that. Off of those 2 that's going into another section of the
Yeah.
factory.
Okay, they are being used then.
Yep. So,
We could still upgrade them all to Mark IIIs
mhm,
and steal half of them.
exactly. So, we're going to do some math and figure out if we're using all that we need here. Make sure that we've got enough production there to keep our power plants running, and then steal what we can because they're all Mark II miners, and some of them are not even upgraded. Well, this one's upgraded, but it's still a Mark II instead of a Mark III miner. So this is where I'm going to first to see if I can increase, see if I can steal at least 2 more coal lines to come to the factory. Man, what would you do without Satisfactory calculator? That's so true. Dan the Burger Man says that. So glad you could join us. Giuseppe is here. New factory in the shape of a Mobius strip. Oh man. Too many mathematicians here. Now who's hitting who?
Unfortunately, Satisfactory is not particularly good at complex geometries.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. I don't think we're doing those funky shapes.
Okay, I don't see anything on the first floor.
So we're already getting our first YouTube error of the day. Video not enough to maintain smooth viewing. So my apologies to the YouTube folks, but we are in the midst of a huge brainstorm outside. In fact, we're competing sound-wise with our metal ceiling, metal roof on top of our studio, and getting good sounds out there. All right, so I'm going to run on out. I'm going to have to run, but I'm going to lose power. All right, let's change backpacks. Oh, look, I found a Mercer sphere. Just hanging out here in the middle of nowhere.
Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
No, that's kind of where they like to hang out.
I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your mimic tapestry follows the pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
Are you talking
If I
about
could
coffee
blush,
with a
I would.
splash of whiskey, or whiskey with a splash of coffee at that point, Oscar?
What was this comment?
We would plan the factory the old-fashioned way by eyeballing with coffee made of 99.99% whiskey.
So that sounds more like whiskey with a touch of coffee.
Yeah.
By the way, I've got a peachy keen monster here today, just to keep me going.
Hashtag still not sponsored.
Hashtag still not sponsored. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Dan the Burger Man says, "Hey Doc, how do you or your boys get past the desire to make perfect production lines in factories? I found I often get hung up what should be straightforward things for tens of hours. I really struggle with it. I just keep on tweaking and tweaking until finally I get things better, but I've never been able to get things perfect, and I just finally, I guess, had to just accept that fact that they're just not going to be perfect."
Doc also likes to take the advice of which business guy was it? Philosophy, don't worry, be crappy.
Yeah. Guy Kawasaki.
Yeah, there you go.
Guy Kawasaki, one of the original people who helped build the Macintosh, for one of the first Macintoshes.
Oh yeah?
Yep. So when Macintosh 2 came out, and they only put like 256K of memory in it and a 3.5-inch floppy disk in it, basically he had to tell them just to get it out the door, folks. We'll fix the problems we identified next time. Okay. So there is the compacted coal factory over there. I mean, I wish you luck on that. I sadly have nothing to provide on that front. Saladin is responding to what?
I finally found the stupid dismantled crates.
Were they on a floor that was kind of hidden?
Yeah, they were on the top floor. I didn't expect that.
Okay. Well, thank you for getting rid of those. Now, I do have a... What you might want to do is just put put a sink someplace that's convenient for you, and put a crate, not a crate, but a
Yeah, I've done
industrial
that before.
container next to it. Yeah, so that you've got a place to dump things really easy. Excuse me. How uncouth, burping on stream. And it is just pouring outside, folks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the first of the two miners that we had. Here's that disconnected line here for some reason. I don't understand why it was here. So we will be deconstructing this. And yes, the search for perfection is a constant. So I can absolutely understand the desire to be perfect and then still just never getting there. Okay. And the question is, did it retain the... Nope, it didn't.
Oh, okay. I've settled on the design.
You have. Okay, cool. And what will this one look like?
Give you a little bit to kind of cook on it for a bit, okay?
Okay. Cook on it for a bit.
Yeah, let me work on it. Let me.
Okay. Now, this has got lower end. This has lower end conveyors on it, and the conveyors are backed up. They're not even moving. So that's what I want. So obviously there is obviously more capacity there than what is needed. So I've got to just check on the capacity issues up there.
Oscar says, Robert, did you get your dad to watch the song you passed it in just chatting? No, I didn't see it in just chatting. I'll have to check it out after stream. And Saphiricon says, talking to Dan the Burger Man, last weekend I spent 6 hours rebuilding power lines because I didn't like how I built them before.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then the next time you go play the game, you look at those power lines and say, that's good. You know? And they're just okay then at that point. Okay. So
all
is good.
IC9 says the storm was like a 3 to 4 hour storm for him down, if I remember correctly, down in Texas. So hopefully it passes soon for us too.
Yeah.
It just started like, what, half hour, maybe an hour ago?
Yeah.
So
I mean, it was dripping a little bit when we were out this morning getting things covered up. And now it's full-blown thunderstorm out there now.
So Volcrum is looking to get into a new software suite. Let's see. Yeah, he's once again suffering for searching for new and better software. He said he's looking at software like BIM 360 and Autodesk Construction Cloud and Blue Box for project management of new projects, measuring up new projects, and documenting safety inspections.
Wow.
He says project management software is quite niche.
Yeah, it is.
And then asks you
and
at
because
Boeing.
It's quite niche. It's very expensive.
Yeah. Did Boeing have their own project management and documentation software, or did you license something?
They use things like Documentum for documents. They use Jira for a lot of the software project management. And nobody liked any of them, to be truthful. It seemed like they always had bugs. So they always had things that they just objected to having to use. A lot of times it was more, the objection was more the idea that they had to use them at all. So I don't know if they were particularly bad pieces of software. It just added a layer of complexity. I mean, software people like to be heads down and just working on their software. Telling them at the end of the day that they have to then document all the progress that they made and all the things that they did is just difficult. They did have software vaults that take care of the versioning, so they would check in and check out modules of code. But I don't know what that software is called. So
Giuseppe says, I bet your favorite was SAP.
I worked on the implementation of SAP for many years.
And how well did that go every time?
Behind. That's the theme. Is it just got farther behind no matter what you did. Look at this just errant piece of conveyor of hypertube down here.
Weird.
You find all kinds of weird artifacts. Okay. All right, moving on. So yeah, we worked on deploying SAP for a long time because, well, all throughout the company, we had a lot of different pieces of ERP type software, and some places had implemented SAP. Like we had Huntington Beach, California, where we did a lot of the space and satellite work. They had a SAP one. In Canada, what was that city in Canada? Not Lethbridge, but just north of the border between between North Dakota and Minnesota. There's a town up there. I can't remember the town name. Anyway, they had a version of SAP. Part of the big issue was that none of those versions had continued to be updated, so it was just difficult no matter where you turned. It was just horrible to try to figure out what's good, what's not, what do we keep, what do we not. It was terrible. SAP was supposed to solve all the problems, but no matter how hard we tried, management constantly put so many layers of complexity over it that you could never make progress. I am glad to be done with that world. Very glad to be done with that world.
Dan says, Jira was really a low point for humanity as a whole. I work for an electrical distribution company, and the proprietary PM and construction tracking software is some of the worst things I've ever seen. Reminds me of some Windows Vista every time I logged in.
Oh, oh, that is really bad.
Oof. And Volcrum says, I've been making a big list of software that can do it, but the one in the pack we have would be extremely expensive very fast, so alternatives are needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And of course, these software companies get you embedded with their software, and then you're beholden to their desire to just change the cost of the licensing fee one day. And all of a sudden, what you thought was going to be X cost ended up being, much more expensive.
I have altered the cost of the deal.
Yeah.
Pray I don't alter it any further.
And that's about all you had, is the ability to pray over it. Because you had literally no control.
Yeah, that's just straight dishonesty.
Well, that's why you negotiate long-term contracts. But then again, you negotiate a long-term contract and you're stuck using the software.
Yep.
So it's 6 to 1, half dozen the other. Which bad course do you want? A long-term contract that eventually you decide you don't want anymore?
I'm just astounded that huge projects like that ever happen.
Yeah. Well, and then there was the finance system that we were developing that that we worked on for like 6 years. It was supposed to be a 3-year project. We worked on it for 6 years. Our original budget was 200 million, and the final cap, when it finally they pushed it over the edge with far less features than what was originally promised. They finally just pushed it over the edge because it wasn't getting done. Ended up being 650 million when they finally pushed it over the edge and capped it off and capitalized it. So, can you imagine a company spending $650 million on a finance system? It boggles the mind. It literally does.
Saladin
This isn't
says,
exactly the same, but on bad contracts, I heard a story recently about Walgreens
"Oh,
buying a whole ton of digitized displays for the front of their fridges, and they didn't work on arrival. And so they went to the company like, what the hell? And in all the kerfuffle, the other company just said, yeah, if you're going to sue us, we're just going to turn them all off. And so the installation job, or Walgreens ended up with an installation job half done, and none of the current displays working.
and when, of course, when the screens don't work, that means that you now have what were glass front refrigerators, now black screens with no indication of what's
inside. So it would have been better just to keep the glass.
Yeah.
So Saladin said, company I worked for now, they had a ticket system they built in-house. Then we switched to another, and they didn't realize that 60% of their systems are tied to it. So it's fun when most of the systems don't work now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that is an incredible problem that comes up too. A lot of times, like for example, you have a data warehouse. How many systems are tied to the data warehouse? And how much data is being pulled? In order to make a change to the data warehouse, you have to then investigate every single system that is using the data warehouse so that you can make sure that those connections stay connected, that you don't change the data format, that you don't disrupt the systems that are tied to that data warehouse. Well, I always dealt with data, so that was a particularly difficult task. The documentation a lot of times gets old and moldy and you can't rely on it. So away you go.
Volocum says that's exactly the reason why we're hesitant on creating custom software that'll actually do everything we want.
Yeah, looks like I'm starting to create. I ended up creating creating a crate. Try to say that too long fast. Okay. Oh, I've been creating. Oh, I've got deconstruct crates all along here. Darn it.
Empty your bags.
Yes, I've got to go empty my bags, but where? Okay. I need a pole and I need a sink. Okay, build a sink. Put a sink right here on this hill. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna power.
Okay, Megalith is crying again. He says, Doc, what coffee should I have today? He wants a caramel macchiato or a latte macchiato.
Well, since I'm not a coffee drinker, I can't really advise much. Sorry. I not that I don't want to. It's just that I don't drink coffee by religion. So
there we go. I just crashed in our coal factory because the game wouldn't load the fact that I had fuel fast enough. Sorry, Megalith, I don't drink coffee either, so I've never had a cup of Joe.
Yeah, used to drink coffee all the time until I got to be about 20.
So you gave it up.
All right, I have a container feeding into a sink that is set up properly, and I am ready to open my bags and start emptying the bags.
Oh, come on, computer. You could do it. Come on, computer.
Take a deep breath.
It'd be nice if we could tell Coffee Stain that we're working on a local system, and we want to broadcast over LAN. My my lagginess would disappear.
Yeah. Wow. I'm getting too many ores, unfortunately, in my...
Oh yeah, you're picking up all the coal every time you upgrade.
Yeah.
Just trash it.
So yeah, Doc, you can hold control and drag it into the trash can in your inventory.
Okay. Hold control and drag it to the trash can. Hold control and drag it to the trash can.
There you go.
And
Doc, did you really restock with like 300 filters of each kind?
Yes.
Oh, brother, you're not in the nuclear factory anymore.
But I have, quote unquote, friends around me.
So,
You didn't even put them in the sink? What?
it's coal. You can't coal it.
You can't put raw materials in the sink. So you can't put iron ore. You can't put coal. You can't put sulfur ore. None of those. I don't have any more bacon or garlic.
Garrett has it all in his inventory.
Oh, okay. Well, I still have nuts, barrel nuts, that I can eat if needed. Okay, so, all right, those are all sunk, and now I can go back to collecting my. I think they started. Yeah,
Wait,
I
what?
don't have any back here. What?
Was that a change that was made? Because there's people are saying you can put stuff in the sink, raw things in the sink.
I would look that up before I tried it.
Wasn't only organic you can't. Oh, so you can put.
You could put coal in the sink. Well, I'm gonna be upgrading here shortly, and
I was under the impression you couldn't put anything raw in the sink.
so you can put coal, you can put iron, you can put. Okay.
Well, oh my gosh. Okay.
And I've been being very, very careful based on the information you had
Yeah.
to not. Alrighty.
Okay. I fixed the slug problem back in the Mega Factory.
Oh, okay. What was the problem?
I recently upgraded the storage containers to industrial storage containers behind our portholes, so we
Yeah.
can unload the entire inventory. And one of the conveyors just didn't get reconnected properly.
Oh, okay. Well, not necessarily simple to find, but simple to fix anyway.
Yep. And yeah, I confirmed that rock quartz is sinkable. Wow. I guess it's only organics, like they said. Thank you guys.
Wow.
So the leaves and wood,
Yeah.
those two things can't be sunk, but raw minerals can. like
Yeah.
ore and coal and
Well, that'll make my
any
life
of the
easier.
ores. Well, yeah, that'll make life easier.
Now, what would make life easier is if our trigons would be made at a decent pace.
Oh, really?
Can somebody please put ammo in the dimensional depot?
I can take the sink off of the trigons up at the mega factory if you're not getting enough now.
You're sinking trigons?
Yeah, because they were all overloaded on the top of the mega factory. So I just took the end of the line and sunk the end of the line that wasn't backed up.
I think you're thinking about something else because there's 0 trigons in the mall. The storage is completely empty.
Interesting. Now that is weird because it shouldn't have emptied them all. Where I put the sink shouldn't have emptied them all.
Okay, I don't think you put a sink on trigons. I think you put sink on something else.
I am missing portable miners. Okay. I guess I need to go to a somewhere to make some portable miners real quick. So I'm gonna throw down a. Okay, the portable miners are made in the equipment workshop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Doc, you did the nuclear pasta, not the fix-it trigons.
I did that, and I did several other commodities.
Yes, but not trigons.
Okay. Good. So while I'm making portable miners, you synced the miners I had? What? Did I really? Okay. Maybe I did. I tried very carefully not to. Probably did.
You sunk your miners. Whoops.
Oh, Saphiricon says, just tried leaves. They sunk as well. Wood can be sunk. Biomass
What?
too. Have they completely got rid of that restriction? Animal guts turned into DNA item can be sunk. Yeah, we do that.
They had to have changed it because I was.
Hi from Wisconsin for Lone Rider. Yeah, because before version 1, you could not do that. They just get stuck.
Yeah, I remember having to unclog sinks multiple times. Huh. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Time to make a short about it.
I guess.
Yes, that would be time to make a short. Because if we didn't know it, we're actively involved. Okay. Nothing in your inventory that will put in the sink is worth enough to go in, not to go in the trash. Okay, that's true. The raw materials that I threw in the trash versus throwing in the sink, I mean, no big difference. So Icy Knight says all bioproducts are sinkable now. Okay.
That's weird. That's one of those things where I have to look up and figure out when they made the change. Otherwise, I'm going to be annoyed.
Otherwise, you're going to be annoyed.
Yeah, just one of those. My brain isn't that bad. I remember this. This is a thing.
Well, I remember it too, and it just was a pain to get it unstuck. So, been very careful not to lately. But that's sure, because... Anyway. I mean, if the only reason I was putting it in the sink was to get points, that's fine. I suppose I can use the trash more often. Saladin has the link to the Wiki. Awesome sink. Where I could quickly go take a peek at that. Let me just click on that link. And while I'm making portable miners, we can quickly go look at it. Okay, fix-it coupons, the awesome shop. The sink can consume as many parts as connected to the conveyor. So 1,200 is the theoretical limit then. Multiple sinks can be constructed, yes. Items not allowed in sink. Some items cannot be fed into the awesome sink. Will clog the input. Barrel nuts, bacon, or pale berries. Okay. Special items such as hub parts, power slugs, shards, hard drives, Mercer spheres, and summer sloops. Alien remains and alien protein cannot be put in. Uranium waste cannot be put in there. Quantum computers, as they are now unobtainable. What?
Yeah, they were. That quantum computers were changed and removed.
Really? When did they go away?
That was a 1.0 change. They changed the recipe for computers, supercomputers, quantum computers, a bunch of that stuff. And that was one of the things was changed.
Okay, so it doesn't say anything about
Okay.
in the items that cannot be fed. It doesn't say anything about any raw materials such as ores and coal and so forth. So
There you go. Manfred remembered. Quantum computers were replaced with a neural quantum processor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And Doc, it's time to stretch.
Yes, it is time to stretch because oh man. Stretching really helped yesterday. Gosh, guys, all you guys who reminded me to stretch each time really helped the stream yesterday. Because frankly, when I forget to stretch, I hurt by the end of the stream. So you guys really, really helped out. Thank you for the stretch and hydration. Okay, stretching tutorial. Really, the focus of my stretching right now is keeping my arm from tightening up. I could stretch other things too, of course. Okay, I'm going to finish this
I
batch.
changed the game that I would really like. I would love for the chainsaw to be powered by literally anything but biofuel.
Keeping a stack of wood around just for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, enough. And I'm going to go to my inventory here, and I am going to drop
Saladin, your Icenet asked, do you need a death now too?
do I need a death? I would really appreciate not having a death at the moment because I'm a long ways from the hub. And if I come get some height here, I'm quite a distance with no hypertubes. So when I get back to working more local, but if you really want to be cruel, you could do it now, but I'd appreciate not dying quite at the moment.
Sunny Cheese pops in, says, hey, Doc and Co. Hope you're having a blessed day.
We are. Good blessings to you, too. Okay, and come on. Okay, so we want to hyperspeed that one. Now that one's 1200. Is that what that said? Yep, that one's 1200. And of course it immediately backs up because it's more than what we need. And this one needs an upgrade. So let's go upgrade that one.
Okay, Doc.
Yes, sir.
I need you to, in short order.
In short order?
Yep. Find a safe spot and clear out your inventory.
Okay, why clear out my inventory?
Because you're...
Did somebody...
Well, actually, you know what? No, never mind. You don't have to clear your inventory. It's fine. We have to keep inventory on.
Did somebody order my death again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Cruel, cruel people.
Yeah, exactly. Is there any way that I could just lay down a bed over here and, oh, that's a different game, isn't it?
And respawn there. Yeah. Well, yesterday when we were having issues with the train now, with the train not running, I'm like, is this a chunk loading error? You know, what's our view distance? And like, no, again, wrong game.
Yeah. They figured out how to make these spiders real creepy. Don't know how they did it.
But they did.
Maybe they took some inspiration from some scorpions. Normally, spiders are creepier than scorpions, but there are a couple of scorpions that that completely take the cake and are way worse than spiders.
Wow.
And Sunny Cheese Jr. with a first time chat says belt carnage. Uh-oh. Doc, you doing things with a belt that we shouldn't be showing on stream?
No, I'm just upgrading him.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he might have seen a little bit of the spaghetti underneath the platform. And that was a first time chat for Sunny Cheese Jr.
Oh, I love playing this game at 4 FPS.
4 frames per second.
Yeah.
Man, this is a long line.
Thing is,
I'm
it's
not
not
quite sure where this came from.
it's not just low frame rate, it's that the game is processing slower.
Uh-huh.
So barely tap with your jetpack and it shoots you way up in the sky. And uses half your fuel.
Adding summer sloops and Mercer spheres to the collection.
Megalith says, I'm playing Minecraft right now, and I think I might have found the warden's place. Help.
The warden's place?
Doc doesn't know what a warden is yet. I'm excited for him to find out.
In Satisfactory?
In Minecraft.
I don't know what a warden is yet. Okay.
Better learn to sneak.
Be very, very quiet. And Curly D is here saying, what's shaking, Doc?
Well, I'm trying to get coal and... Boy, these are way off to the side. What are these? And there's another coal mine right there. What is this? It's a Mark II. So the first thing we do is replace that. I'm getting closer to being in a safe spot, Robert.
Oh no. We're going to take you to an unsafe spot.
And why would you do that?
To fulfill the will of the people.
Oh man, we got What is all this? What do they call those emoticons? This
Mm-hmm.
whole string of emoticons from Curly.com.
Yep.
And we've got a normal node here and a Mark II conveyor here on a normal node. Yeah, and these just immediately backed up.
For those of you who do enjoy Minecraft, Doc is on episode 3 of his new Minecraft series where he is very new to the game, has never played it before, and in the latest episode we just put out, Doc mined his first diamonds, which is pretty fun. And next week, Doc gets into redstone for the first time. So that'll be coming out on Thursday.
Yeah, I built a redstone device that actually worked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Doc. Would you mind terribly coming to the nuclear power plant?
No, I would not. I would mind, yes. I would mind that.
Don't
Greatly.
worry, you can keep all your filters. Okay, we're just going.
I'm just enjoying the
near
view
there.
here.
Yeah. I mean, Doc, the thing is, if you don't submit, I'm just going to keep on killing you until you do.
Killing me until I... Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
If this is supposed to be a death wish,
Uh-huh.
then why would you keep killing me to fulfill my death wish? A death wish. You maketh no sense.
Because it's a very specific death wish, and you can't just have any death fulfill it. Iceman says, "Oh no, redstone! I can't wait to watch this disaster."
Why would that be a disaster?
It actually turns out very well. Doc did a great job. It's not as compact or optimized as it could be, but for somebody doing the very first one, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm coming in. I found some power towers that I could ride in on and save myself some time.
Excellent. I made a little golden tower just south of the nuclear power plant. If you can come to me there.
I'll be able to see the tower from flying.
I hope so.
Try not to die when I land.
Mm-hmm.
These hatcher buds are both open and closed at the same time.
What?
These what?
The little creatures that spit out the bugs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Good catch.
Well, that's the end of that one.
Icy Knight says, does anybody else feel like the actual power line should give you power for your hover pack when it's connected to the powered poles?
You would think so.
Yes. Megalith found some Skulk Shriekers. Yep, you're in trouble now.
Some what? Street? What?
Skulk Shriekers.
That I take it that those are not good to find.
No, they are what notifies the bad guy that you're there.
But
Yeah,
they're
the
not.
home alarm system.
Yes. And it grows on its own, which is great.
They are an alarm system.
Yes. To call the warden, just in case somebody intrudes on their city.
Interesting.
Hey, Caffeinated is here. Hello, hello.
Man, it's taking me a long time just to travel there, just so I can die.
Yep.
You really want this?
Hey, look.
You really want me to waste all this? Oh, come on, please.
Yeah, you caught yourself. Good. The cannon should send you here pretty quickly.
Well, if I could figure out where the cannon was from where I'm at now, I would take it.
Well, it's behind you. Oh. I'm sorry. I missed about 11 minutes ago. Where's the notification? Shano resubscribed. I apologized. Thank you very much. Shano resubscribed on Twitch.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm going to get there eventually.
Just to die.
Just to die.
So Curly D asks, how far along is the Gigafactory?
Well, the Gigafactory now has a second floor on it that's mostly... Garrett, is it mostly or completely done?
Mostly done.
Okay. So we're just about ready to start putting stores there. We're getting... we've got iron coming to the Gigafactory and just being sunk at the moment. We
That
have...
said, you're good to start working on it.
Okay,
Working in it.
we've
It's
got...
functional. It's just not completely done.
We've got okay. We have copper coming to the Gigafactory. So the copper, boy, they must be really resilient. Come on, really?
Saladin asks, so you can have a dimensional storage location and such. Yes. Yeah, floor 2 will have its own, floor 1 will have its own mall. We're going to be rebuilding the entire mall there. Yeah, Doc, and you can just head directly towards me.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
How about this? After today, unfortunately, the kills need to be something which I can bring to Doc instead of Doc bringing to us. Okay? That way we don't waste all of chat's time and all of stream time
Yeah.
watching Doc
please.
travel everywhere. Curly
So
says,
how do you determine what kind of fuel your jetpack uses?
you can set a priority. If you open up your inventory, on your back there's a little gear icon on the back, and you can click on the preferred fuel.
Yeah, because I had perfectly good turbo fuel and it's using up all my biofuel.
Oh, no. For really short flights. So Curly D asks if we have a mall or we can have a GameStop.
Okay.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
GameStop.
The store?
Yeah, if we have a mall, we have to have a GameStop. Huh? Huh?
we might have a GameStop if you order it using your points.
Oh, yeah, we could rename a section of the mall to the GameStop.
Man, this thing is tough. I've exploded him twice. 3 times. Twice already.
Oh no, Iceman says, you can rename mall sections?
All right.
When we get them built, we'll kind of section it off to make it look kind of like a strip mall, or not a strip mall, but a actual real mall. And then we can start posting signs and stuff. And Caffeinated says, well, in that case, don't forget a Charlie's cheesecake or Chipotle in the food court. We have to build a food court, Garrett. That'll be on you, okay? Doc,
Because of
stop
course it will.
right where you are. Where you are
Yeah.
is
sorry.
great.
Where I'm at is great.
Yep, I'll come down to you.
Really?
Yep. I just need to get eyes on you.
I'm hiding.
You should be. Oh, you're... Where are you? I'm looking over the cliffs down at you.
Still not finding me?
I see the elevators you're near. The lifts, I should say.
Oh, here's a good question for chat. What area is a great place to go and harvest a ton of barrel nuts?
Yeah, we never have enough. What the heck? Oh, am I going towards the wrong person? I was going towards Garrett. Gosh darn it. Or are you... Doc? You're... He's hiding. But I can cheat because I know I can see streams. So I know where you are.
Well, we'll see how long it takes you to find me.
Okay, okay. I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm in a completely different direction from Doc.
You weren't when I first started moving.
Why do you
sure.
Why do you want barrel nuts, Garrett?
Medicinal inhalers.
Oh,
Or rather, just maybe just
okay.
inhalers, because there's like 3 or 4 different kinds.
Yeah, it's a bit of hide and seek, I see, he says. Yes, it is. A little bit of hide and seek. And I got
Somebody
a
doesn't want to die.
nice little hiding spot here, and I'm giving Robert
I'm
all
gonna die.
kinds of
Oh,
clues.
I didn't.
You didn't die? It was supposed to be me dying. He says, Icy Knight says, you don't need inhalers.
Yeah, I agree. I think inhalers is a waste of stuff because typically you don't need to go 0 to full.
A lot of nuts in the Rocky Desert, Chucky Shan says.
Thank you.
I've just had to find what specific little crevice you're hiding in, Doc.
Yep, I don't even see you yet. So I know you're not even close. Uh-oh!
I know you're not even close. Okay, I'm gonna stand right next to you. That did him.
Did you die too?
Yeah. I had 2 Novelist on me. There's no way I was getting out of there.
Okay. Ah,
Okay, Doc, we're on the hub. Can we just go up to your office and we'll do it there?
do what? Wait a minute, you already killed me.
No, no. You started attacking me before we could do what was purchased.
I was defending myself.
Defending yourself by attacking first.
Yes.
What
I
else?
shot first.
The one thing I like about the rebar gun is that it stuns your opponent.
I'm dead again.
No, you're just stunned. And you hop up and you're fine. See? Isn't that great? Yeah, the rebar stun gun kind of wins, Dad.
Yeah, 'cause you have the homing thing on. Oh, gosh.
No, actually, I'm not even using homing ammo. Oh, oh.
Ah! Okay. All right, where are you?
I sense it's getting impatient.
Icy Knight is getting impatient.
Uh-huh.
Well, then do it.
Yeah, if you don't do it soon, he might think that you're trying to cover for Dad.
Okay, Doc. Can we please go up to your office?
Where is the office? Office.
Behind the hub.
You want me to go to my office? You want to bloody my office?
Oh, actually, you know what? You know what would work even better? How much health do you have left?
3.
How do we do this? You have 3 left? Okay, you can withstand this. Okay,
I have
2,
left.
1. There we go. Doc, you have a portal right here that has your name on it.
The one that says observatory.
No, back this way.
I'm limping.
This one right here. Oh, it's the wrong one. Oh, darn.
Oh, darn what?
Well, this one was entirely survivable.
Yep.
We went the wrong direction.
Isn't that awful? That's so terrible.
It is.
I feel so bad. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Come on.
Nice luck.
I was just about ready to harvest that that. Did you harvest it?
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Wait, you survived? Oh, you regen health. That's not fair.
And I didn't even eat. So what are you going to do? Huh? What are you going to do to me?
Come on. Let's fulfill this. Get it done with. We're right over here, right over the void.
So you want me to go off the edge of the map?
Yes, that was the request, that you would be shot into the void.
Okay. Well, I hope you're a good shot.
Doc, we have a platform right here. You mind walking the catwalk? Right here to the end.
Walk the plank.
And stand at the edge. And... Any last words?
Do it quick.
There we go.
Savage. I don't have any last words for you. Just get it done quick.
Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Future deaths will be fulfilled, of course, but they need to be ones where I can go to Doc. Or Garrett can. Garrett likes murder as well.
Yes, he does. Yay, back to
Yeah.
building.
Murder.
See, yeah, Andy's the kind of guy who wants actual building to happen.
Canacam 07. Well, that was depressing, Caffeinated says. Stretching, stretching, stretching. Okay, so east, west. Which one gets me there faster? I think I want to go northeast. So I'm going to go to 1F. Floor 1. F. I need to go to F1 then.
I found it yesterday.
Okay. Hey, nobody. Curly.com. Rest in peace. Dead, dead, dead. Somebody needs to give me some real refreshment, like spend on a Butterfinger. I still have my Butterfinger.
Cookie Chan did.
She did
Yes.
a while back. That means I can eat it now.
Yes, you can. I'm trying to figure out how to pop up the window for that, and I found it yesterday. I can't find it now.
Yeah, we need to highlight them better so I can see them more on a glance if we can. Is there any way to highlight when people spend their thingies?
There is. There's a way to display it on stream, as well as there's a pop-out window that I had yesterday, but I can't find it now. I'm sorry, Cookie Chan. You did. She says, Doc, I got you the Butterfinger. At least you can snack now.
Thank you so much. I needed that.
And him says, hey, Doc, that factory occupies the whole map.
Almost.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's big. It doesn't occupy the whole map. If it occupied the whole map, we'd call it the Terrafactory.
After Tereg.
This is...
No. Goodbye.
You use the call. Oh, God. And Doc Megalith redeems Stretch and Hydrate, so...
Okay. I'll stretch while I'm traveling in the hypertube to the Iron Dome, and then I'll continue my work with retrieving some coal, because all those coal nodes that I put the Mark III on, all of those seem to back up immediately. So I should be able to use, get 2 of those 1,200 lines to pull straight to where we need them.
And Caffeinated says you should use Twitch notifications, and maybe you should totally have some sort of coffee cup kind of guy make those for you or something.
Icy Knight says, "Hey Doc, can you go admire the Tarek Tower sign real quick? Where is that?"
The Tarek Tower, formerly known as the Copper Tower, has its sign on it, naming it the Tarek Tower.
I guess I better get off of that pretty quick. Okay, so is the sign on this side of it?
On the inland side.
Yeah, the side pointing toward the forest. I mean the Rocky Desert.
Yes.
Okay, is it high?
No.
It's low.
Very.
Oh, I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
I remember. Somebody wants me to start building,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
so I'm wasting time by going and looking at a sign.
That's true. I wonder if there's a redemption to mute all redemptions for 15 minutes.
So, if I remember right, the sign is down here, right? Down there?
Yep.
Can I even get to it?
Yeah.
Is it there? There's our beautiful Tarek Tower sign.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if anybody would like to elevate the sign to a more visible area, you may rename it to something that's a little bit more acceptable than Tarek Tower.
Especially on the tower that I built.
Yes, this is Robert's Copper Tower. In fact, I would vote for somebody buying the name Robert's Copper Tower, because he did a very fine job building them. All right, I'm headed out, and I'm building for a while, folks.
You're gonna get back to work.
I'm going to
finally.
try to get back to work.
That was only a half an hour for, the change of topic. Mm-hmm.
There should be a mine right there. Instead, there's just a pile of rubble right here.
Is it breakable rubble?
No, it's just rubble. And there's a pile of rubble here too. It doesn't look breakable. It just looks like a mine that isn't. If you know what I mean. All right, where am I? I'm hoping to get some power here pretty soon. All right, we got copper mines here.
Okay, Caffeinated has decided to rename it Robert's Copper Spire of Doom.
Okay, I think that's an acceptable
Name accepted.
name. Accepted.
Which means I get to be distracted from doing my productive thing again and go rename the tower.
Posture check. Okay. Saladin just bought a posture check. Yeah, I tend to get a little bit carried away and moving forward. Oh gosh. You can get stiff so easy. It looks like it's getting lighter outside, Robert.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay. Maybe the doesn't sound like the storm's letting up.
No, it doesn't.
Funny thing, I've got a metal roof just like you guys do.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
Nope. Yours
It's
is
some of this weird.
it's a weird
fiberglass laminate.
asphalt fiber something. Yeah. So it's not near.
Corrugated like metal.
It is.
Like metal roofs are.
In fact, I thought it was metal until I saw a piece of it and then realized it's some form of fiberglass and or asphalt and or some material like that.
Either way, I'm not hearing it.
Yep.
I'm not hearing the rain on it, which is really nice.
Yeah, that is really nice.
Oh, there's so many bacon agaric here.
Is that good? I mean, you're gonna collect
Yes.
it and put it in the.
No.
You're gonna collect it and keep it.
Yes.
Why? You're not gonna collect it and share it.
Because resources are valuable.
Okay.
No, I'm turning them into medicinal inhalers. Or technically, therapeutic inhalers are what I'm going for.
Okay.
Was it therapeutic inhalers or was it? Anyway, one of the inhalers.
Caffeinated says, "You don't want to hear the rain? When I lived in my old house, I loved hearing the rain on our copper roof. It made me fall asleep at my desk."
Okay.
I don't need any help falling asleep at my desk. Thank you very much.
I
probably
also,
don't.
I love the sound of rain. Unfortunately, it ruins recordings.
Yeah, I gotta filter it out.
We did one recording once in the pouring rain, and I was sure because, it's really good for sound filtering techniques and really, really good at technique, and the sound just sounded horrible. It was terrible. So,
Okay. All right. What do we have here? We have something going into what?
Megalith, I actually tried using RTX voice. That was one of the options.
Compacted coal.
The other was using DaVinci Resolve's auto voice, and then I did a whole lot of it manually as well for manual cleanup. And yeah, it never sounded great. Gaming veteran here says, "Morning, dock and assistance."
Morning. So what is this? We've got compacted coal coming. Weird. All right. I've got to figure this out. What is this doing here?
You got the compacted coal factory?
Well, I'm at the compacted coal factory, and the compacted coal is coming to the end of the line here with a smart splitter, and it's going out someplace here. It's going out and coming around and actually being delivered to another drone port. To a drone port over here. Why is it going? Why is compacted coal going to a drone port? It's packaged fuel to Turbo B. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, and for some reason it's sending coal.
Yeah, it's coal and it's saying packaged fuel.
Oh boy, we might have some problems.
Yeah, because we don't need to be sending packaged. We don't need to be sending turbo. Unless it's taking this compacted coal to make turbo fuel at that other place just outside of the
Oh,
the
yeah,
aluminum factory.
that's what it is. Yeah, to the turbo fuel power plant.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But it's totally stopped up. It's only moving 176 items per minute, so we got to go see what's going on that end because it's obviously not
Well,
consuming
I was
it on
there
that end.
yesterday. Yeah, it just wasn't consuming it very fast. I mean, we just attached a drone, and we don't need very much.
Okay.
We're running like, yeah, we're not consuming very much at all.
By the way, drones will knock you out of the sky if you.
Oh, I apologize. That's not the hyper. That the proper name is it's going to Dookie's extra caffeinated red drinks. Because it's the name of that factory.
We need to. Honestly, we need to definitely get a list of those names of things so that we can refer to them properly.
Yes.
But then everybody online will be lost.
No, I think you're talking about yourself. You'll be lost.
I would be.
Oscar, not happening.
What's not happening?
Oh, Oscar is coming up with some,
Some interesting things.
yes, ideas on how to grow the channel in directions that will never happen.
Oh, okay. They would never happen because we would just never do them. I'm not looking at the I'm not looking at the message board right now. I'm just trying to concentrate on upgrading these.
Well, Doc, are you interested in getting a hot tub?
Not to be viewed. I enjoy hot tubs, but I'm not going to let a camera be on me while I'm in a hot tub.
Yes.
Well, then it's not going to work out.
Sorry, but we're the wrong age, gender, and weight class for those sorts of activities.
That would be a true statement.
All three.
We are not really pretty people. We would have people fleeing the channel if I did that.
Okay, now I have to figure out how to put this extremely cool, very long name at the top on this tower.
You know, I have to say, at the very least, they're not coming up with a whole bunch of different names for me. At least they've settled on one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. We're producing way more compacted coal than we need. at least way more compacted coal than we're transporting, put it that way.
Garrett.
I just set up a small thing so I could open up a, a crate.
And
There it
And
is.
there's nothing wrong.
okay.
Your main system didn't go down. Everything's all right. I just need to overclock the stupid thing.
Oh no, I see that saw crooked belt.
Yeah,
Doc?
there's a lot of crooked belts. You're going to see quite a few.
Oof.
This is all built in stages. And a lot of it's going to end up being deconstructed once I figure out exactly what we need and what we're overproducing here. And yes, there's a crooked belt right there. And since some of it's going to just be deconstructed, I'm probably going to, in fact, we probably only need half of this platform. See how many of these are just backed up, Robert?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what my bags are looking like. Oh, my bags are just fine at this point.
Wow, you could see the office tower all the way from the planes.
Isn't that neat?
Mm-hmm.
We have got to get the mod that allows us to customize build signs. Because this text size is ridiculous.
Is it possible that the mod that Alexa has been recommending would do that? The ones that has all the extra shapes and stuff?
Possible. I don't think so. No, I think. Okay, so Curly D said this earlier, then reset it, highlighting it. So thank you for the reminder. Said, I'm almost done with a North Fuel Generator 1K power tower. Just need some finishing touches for making a little more rocket fuel and some paint designs. Then it's off to another area. It's getting pretty laggy over there.
Cool.
I imagine so.
Well, I haven't seen any machine at all that is not getting enough coal. So, what? Oh my. We've got coal going into these. On the bottom side, we've got coal instead of sulfur going into these back ones.
Oh no.
So we've got 2 ports of coal going into each one.
Is it totally messed up?
Yeah, totally.
Yay.
This whole back section of this particular line. Well, I'm going to finish.
Wonder what happened.
Yeah, no kidding. So I was wondering why they weren't producing anything. I found out why.
Okay, Doc. I am done. Can I take over the stream to show off?
Please do.
Okay, so this is the new signage for Robert's Copper Spire of Doom.
I'm gonna change my focus to. Come on. There we go, so I can see it. Nope, wrong. Come on. Twitch. Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Yep. See, this is the sign treatment you get when you give a good name to something, right?
Okay.
And these are gravity-defying signs, yes.
Gravity defying signs. Okay. Well.
Because that's what you get when you name things in a cool manner.
Okay. So now the name is.
No. There we go.
Okay.
Robert's Copper Spire of Doom. Yep.
And
That's it.
Can you actually get up high enough to read them?
Yeah, I mean, well, you had to fly up the tower. But yeah. And this is-
Robert's Copper Spire of Doom. Okay. Very cool.
And when we get the mod that allows us to change the font size, of course, it'll be even bigger. And I'll go back and do the same thing with all of the other named signs that we want to be bigger. So.
Yeah, exactly. Good.
Okay, back to stream. Back to you, Dad.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do some math before I go fixing the other machines, because I get the feeling that
It feels crazy being in the plains and not seeing my base.
Yeah?
being in the plains and not seeing your base.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, 25 coal per minute.
Oscar asks, so who came up with the list of names that are allowed and not allowed?
It's just by, I just wet my finger and see which way the wind is blowing in here inside the inside the studio, and when I don't feel any wind, I just choose.
Nice. Caffeinated agrees with you, Garrett. He says that's how he feels every time we pass by the northern forest. Saladin says, so question. The stores in the factory, are you going to use the compacting building styles to make them smaller?
To make them smaller than the store? Is that what he's asking?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're meaning by that comment, Saladin. I mean, Doc has been trying to build them fairly compact, fairly close together. But... And Curly D is asking, where are you putting all that compacted coal?
Right now, the compacted coal is going from here to a... Okay, Robert, where... The train is taking it to the train is taking it to the power plants, the 5 power plants that we have. So
Yeah.
the reason why there's a 6th car that's not being loaded is that there are only 5 platforms out there. We haven't built the 6th platform, and it's going out there and being turned into turbo fuel and then being used to run the turbo fuel factories out there. Okay, so that's one. The far right-hand side has overflow going to a turbo fuel factory that's by the aluminum factory. And that aluminum factory just has a turbo fuel factory outside, and it sends its turbo fuel to the mega factory, where it's distributed all over the place. And so if you look out here, you can see a little bit of red in the distance. Those are turbo fuel packaged turbo fuel that's coming back from the mega factory after being produced in the outside of the aluminum factory.
In Dookie's extra caffeinated red drinks factory.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're getting there.
See, it doesn't produce red drinks. So
Turbo fuel, red drinks.
red, now that's a way to help you remember it.
I think that was the
The whole idea.
authorial intent.
Okay, the intent of the author is what you're trying to say there.
Yes.
By authorial, which isn't a word.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry. You're not a doctor. You cannot make up words.
There are certain parts of the English language that are designed for the express purpose of being able to build words on the fly. Specifically, the parts that come from Latin. You can add prefixes and suffixes as necessary to create new words as necessary. That is what the language is built to do. You do not need to be a doctor to do that.
Sorry.
So there.
Apology.
Oh, it's not an apology. I'm sorry. You can't do that.
Doc.
Oh.
Doc.
Sir.
To my stream. Wikipedia article titled Authorial Intent. In literary theory and aesthetics, authorial intent refers to an author's intent as it is encoded in their work.
All right, so you one-upped me.
Haha.
Oh, gosh. Do we have anything on this? Anybody talking on the stream that I can listen to instead of you guys?
Oscar said, he says, I'm sad. I wanted to name a factory Ooh, but it wouldn't let me.
Ooh, ooh.
Ooh woo.
Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh.
Did Dad just do that?
Ooh, ooh. I didn't just do that. Ooh, ooh. Oh.
Well, at least it's self-explanatory enough for him to immediately get the context.
Yeah. Yep.
There you go, guys.
Okay.
No, Dad, you should say it as though it's a question.
Uwu?
There you go. There you go.
Oh, such silliness, such silliness.
Selden says,
Always
I refuse
silliness.
to clip that.
Silliness, silliness, always silliness. Anyway,
And Icy Knight is dying right now.
dying? Oh, please don't die on us.
He says, stop. No, why would you say that?
Okay. All right. These are taking product at the rate of 200 items per minute. 200 items per minute? Now,
Yeah, and the trains are just full.
wow. And 189 and 250 and 256, 284, and of course 0. 264? That one's taking 264 items per minute. When
Okay,
it's,
so it sounds like our turbo fuel factory is not functional right now.
how could this sixth one over here that doesn't even have a station attached? Okay, I've got to go check this out.
Okay, so a little bit ago, Saladin asked if we're using super compact building styles inside of the stores to try to get as much stuff in there.
Yes, we are.
And he gave an example of a compact lift. I'm going to pop it up on stream while you're there in the hypertube.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a compact conveyor lift.
Uh-huh.
It's just way shorter than what a traditional lift should be.
Okay, I'm trying to see it a little better. I'm going to go ahead and
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
can.
go ahead and hit
Ooh,
escape,
that
and I'm
didn't
going to go over there and maximize the view window. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah, that's
It's-
really compact.
Yeah. It's embedded in Reddit, so I can't just look at it natively and zoom in. Yeah, so it's just a super compact lift.
Okay, basically gets it up just one lift worth.
Yeah. Which is really nice because it's like if you stack two a splitter and a merger on top of each other, you can't split out a splitter and go back into the merger right above it. But this might be able to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't used that technique itself, but Doc has. Doc has been trying to get back things. And Kenny Class, he says, greetings from Belgium.
Belgium, very good. Greetings. We are in the Midwest of the United States in a state called Missouri. We're in basically a 4 states area where we can drive an hour and be in Kansas, and another hour and be in Arkansas, and about an hour and a half and be in Oklahoma. So it's kind of almost a 4 corners situation.
For you guys in Europe, that's really crazy. The fact that you're able to get to 4 states within an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Usually it takes a lot longer than that.
Like, for example, if I wanted to drive across the state to St. Louis, Missouri, from where we live near Joplin, Missouri, it would take 4.5 hours to drive across the state. So, yeah, so we're right on the corners of 4 other states, which is kind of interesting. There's only 2 places in the United States that have states that kind of butt up in corners, and ours don't actually literally have the corners of each state right next to each other. But the states of New Mexico, Colorado, Arizona, and what's the other one? Oh, I can't remember the other state that's involved with that. But anyway, why would you go to St. Louis? Well, why would I go to St. Louis is a good question. Northern Oil Field Plastic Delivery. Okay, that's right.
Why
Northern
would you go
Oil
to any
Station.
city?
And we have 6 places emptying here. Okay.
As far as cities go, St. Louis is as good as any,
or as bad as any.
or
See-
as bad as any.
See, this freight
A
platform
lot
is
better than
totally
Chicago.
disconnected. I really don't see why this freight platform. Yeah, I mean, I ought to totally disconnect this freight platform totally, because I don't know if we're ever going to build the other coal platform out there. At least not for a while, not for a long while. So we have 5 drones here that take this compacted coal and take it out to the platforms. And there's 5 platforms, therefore 5 drones and 5 freight platforms for the train. And then it outputs plastic and brings plastic back with those other drone ports farther down the way. And those drone ports then take the plastic back to the Megafactory. Okay. So these are all backed up. Obviously, they're not, but these are running 331 items per minute. Robert, this doesn't make sense. This drone port is taking 331 items per minute. As soon as this one gets done unloading.
Hey, Doc,
This does 271 per minute.
it's about break time for a few minutes.
It is.
Yep.
3th Warden.
I'm sorry, Megalith. Be careful.
Set up a P.O. box that I might have some headphones for Doc.
Yeah,
we should set up a
someday
PO
we will.
box.
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea.
Then we can have unboxing streams.
Unboxing streams.
Yeah. You know, let people send mail, whatever else, and you let it pile up for a little while, and then have a fun stream on opening funny and weird packages for people.
Okay. Well, okay. So these are taking from here.
Okay. Hey, Doc.
Yes, sir.
It's time for you to take a short break.
Why?
Because it's been requested.
What kind of a stretch break? Or
No.
What kind of break?
No, to head inside and take a short break.
Inside what?
Yeah, inside the house.
People have demanded an editor takeover.
Okay, editor, take over.
Okay.
I finally get it.
We're gonna do that, and actually, I guess we'll turn off Doc's camera now. If I'm doing takeover. Caffeinated said it'd probably be cheaper for me to just to drive to Joplin than send anything in the mail. Probably. Probably. Okay, so what I'm going for here, I need to get electricity up here so I can fly a little bit better. There we go. What I'm going for here, because we're going to be bringing in 4 iron lines and 4 coal lines, and using the solid steel recipe that will equate to 6 output steel lines. So these are our 4 smelters, and I'm putting them in an octagon shape, and then I'm going to put the steel here on these other 4. So they'll be produce them in this octagon shape, and then I'll have the train. I don't know where the train's going to go. Hopefully the train can fit between here. I didn't even check. Yeah.
Okay, Robert,
What's up?
do you have somewhere creating smokeless powder?
I won't tell.
Okay, come on, dude.
What do you want smokeless powder for?
Because I'm killing a lot of creatures, and having a rifle would be really nice.
Smokeless powder is being made in the plastic factory.
Could you connect up a?
I'm kind of on
to
the
it?
other side of the map right now, but I guess I could.
Well, I'm also kind of on the other side of the map right now.
Okay, well, it's your problem, not mine.
I'm farther on the other side of the map, but this is something you should have done long ago.
I didn't do it because I knew you'd use it against me.
I'm sorry. Have more faith. If you don't attack me, I won't attack you.
Yeah, right. I'll go do
Your
it.
slander is gonna make me do something I'm gonna regret.
See? See? I knew you'd do it. Ice in it says, it's called planning ahead, Varglet. Oh no, Icy Knight. He says, you should make the foundations red, then use your famous billboard skills to make a billboard with small text saying stop. Turn into a giant stop sign. Okay, I haven't seen chat for a little bit. Oh, Megalith has now summoned a fourth warden. What I'm surprised is that you aren't completely dead, Megalith. And it's kind of stuttering. It always happens when I'm flying in Doc's world, especially near. Okay.
Oh,
Look at that. Perfect landing.
now I can hear the storm.
What was that sound?
Yeah, the wind running
That was
through the
Freya.
trees is noisy outside.
That was Freya, huh?
Well, she barked a little.
Oh.
Oh, somebody is driving down to see what's happening out there.
Yeah,
What you checking there, Robert?
Garrett wants smokeless powder in the depot.
Smokeless powder?
I'd rather have ammo in the depot, but you know, there's only so much I can ask from my brother.
Yeah, I'll just travel halfway across the world for you, that's all.
No, come on, you got a cannon.
Okay.
We use this so rarely that we never set up a full depot for it, or a full anything for it.
Okay.
There we go.
So-
That'll keep that running for a good long time.
I'm gonna talk this through. I've got a freight platform, of course, that's it's not emptying to.
You want the camera back?
Sure, you're just getting the smokeless thing into the depot.
Yep.
You're just putting container together to push it in the depot, and that's it, right?
Yep.
Okay. Then yeah, give me the camera back. Okay, got the camera back. So I'm sitting here looking at this depot. The fact that I have 5 unloading, but I don't have this one unloading at all. This freight platform unloading, and without this freight platform unloading, it this train just goes back and forth without picking up or loading anything. So I'm thinking of disconnecting this one, at least for temporary. We can rehook it up later if we want.
They redeemed a stretch and a hydrate for you.
Oh, well, definitely do a hydrate. I just stretched running through the raindrops. I managed to avoid a few, but I got hit by quite a few.
Can't dodge them all.
No. In fact, we did a physics test one day. The physics problem was, in a rainstorm where a certain number of drops are falling at a certain rate, do you avoid more raindrops by running, or do you avoid it or by running faster or walking slower? And I still have 17 hydrations left from yesterday. Probably do, but gosh, I'd be overloaded if I did. Anyway, and found out that it really made no real difference at all. Because when instead of coming straight down, you had to compute it at the angle that you were running, and the angle that you were running increased the number of drops, so therefore running made no difference at all.
So it just means that you have to lean forward while you're doing it.
Oh,
Right? If you do a Naruto run, you like half the number of raindrops. And isolate comes in with the boring response of using an umbrella.
Yep, just use an umbrella.
So, Ahim, when the FPS was dropping, that was when I took over the stream for a minute, so Doc could take a break, and that's just what happens with the with being over a network.
Yeah, so when he takes it over, he's playing the game from his PC into my PC that's running the game. So his frame rate is just lower because of that, and he suffers with it during the stream on his end, but you rarely see it till he takes it over.
And that only happens when I'm actually moving around the map. Typically, if I'm in one spot, I'm fine. Okay, Shano's heading off to bed.
All right, Shannon.
Thanks for hanging out.
Coming. Well, Robert, so far my research has said that the factory is very definitely producing a whole lot more compacted coal than is needed.
Okay.
Since that is the case, I am going to reassign basically some of the production.
Okay.
I'm going to decrease the production there so I can use the coal somewhere else because we don't need to keep making compacted coal.
You're going to upgrade them all to Mark IIIs as well?
I did already upgrade the miners to Mark IIIs that were around supporting the factory.
Okay.
Since they are already upgraded, I'm going to compute how much is actually needed and then chop off the ones that I don't apportion them. Boy, this is a view. You see the copper tower.
Yeah.
You see the copper tower in the rising in the distance as I come over here. Watch this. Copper tower rising in the distance there.
Cool.
Train going by. The drone flying by. This is just a lot of work. We get these things going. There's the Iron Dome and the two stations that come out of the Iron Dome. There's another copper. And I'm leaving crates behind, so probably means that I left a crate behind back there. Doggone it. Didn't notice it.
I'm currently in the area around the mega base and finding slugs that we still hadn't located.
Okay. I've been collecting those and putting them in the depot.
Yep.
So that I don't accidentally sink them or try to sink them.
Eat them.
Eat them.
I mean, it's just good way to clear out your inventory.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we got.
All right. Okay, bags are clear. Okay, back to. Got this one little dead spot here that.
No.
Okay. All right, let's see how this works for a bit. And they will fill up shortly.
Oof. Okay. And Incovenant is here. Hello, hello. And Doc, I'm going to take a quick break as well.
Okay, I just destroyed a train station and I need to put a new train station on. And so I'm panicking just a little bit to get it done right. And I can't remember the name of it, what the name was supposed to be.
These cacti don't give a
Thorn
very
of Borg
good
says that
mycelium.
looks like you might have had double coal input. One line still. Make sure you check that.
Double coal input for where?
One of the lines there at the Cool Factory.
Okay, to where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're supposed to have coal and sulfur. He says one of them looks like they had.
Oh yeah, I've got a whole bunch of them that
Okay.
have coal and coal going into them, and I've got to fix that. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So right now I'm looking for the other train. Make sure that the other train is still running. I get the feeling that potentially it might not be. You know, after I deconstructed the station over there so that I could shorten the line to five containers and not just 4. So I need to find the train, see if it's still running. If it's not, then that's actually a good result, because if it's not, then I can go ahead and potentially just go ahead and shorten the train to 5 instead of 4. Look at that big ugly tree over there. Oof. See that big ugly tree over there? That's really cool.
You're really making a point of how ugly it was. Did Robert build it?
No, it's just a naturally occurring tree on this. Obviously, it's a dead tree because it's lost all its leaves. Should be able to see it coming up here. I can't quite see it from this angle. Nope. There it is. Right behind. It just looks like a dead tree. In and amongst those trees that have a good green canopy. This one doesn't. So. Alrighty. I get the feeling my train stopped when I destroyed the train station on the other end. So hey, that's okay. We'll get it going once more. And there she is. Cannot dismantle a docking vehicle. Okay, then maybe I should it's docking. Then I'll just take off the next station, Northern Oil Station. So, okay, I'm going to cancel the docking. I'm going to turn off self-driving. Now I'm going to get out of it. And then I want to I probably want to do it at this end. Okay, now I'm going to go to transportation and put a locomotive back on this end. Okay. Then I'm going to go over here and drive it and edit the timetable. And the next one is going to be current timetable. Okay. Northern Oil Station, Edsburg. Let's move this one underneath there because the next one should be there. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. Next station is Edsburg. And I have a train station that now that's 5 long instead of 6 long. So it should match up with the other train station. And we can start balancing. Okay, is it me or does Zoc sound like a robot when he talks? Robot. Yep. Mention the in the feature video. Azriel, thank you for. Hadn't noticed that you were there yet. Doc still double coal input in some of the assemblers, yes. Mention the feature in the video. Would be nice if we have a buildable that will display productivity of machines in a circuit, akin to a priority switch, yes. Staring for yellow is bothersome with fluids. Yeah, waiting
It
for.
would definitely encourage people to be a whole lot more deliberate with how they build their power systems.
Yeah, that's true. You know, my power systems are very helter-skelter at the very beginning, that's for sure. Alrighty, coming up to the train station. Boy, we have kind of an odd sort of glitch in the graphics there. Okay, I'm gonna observe here. And we're going to, hopefully we'll correct the graphics on this one. I'm kind of weird that it's not doing anything. Okay, so why didn't it? Okay, those are there now. Okay, weird. Okay, it corrected the graphics. Okay, those are running now. Filling up. Okay. Now, let's go correct that problem that was identified over here. Some of these are overclocked, some are not. That's really kind of weird. I think I saw the double coal going into these. Yes. Got to figure out where the double coal came in, because it should. What? Well, that is strange. Okay. Oh, my bags are full again. Yeah, too much coal. Okay. Okay, so I'll start by just deconstructing the ones going down the stream, downstream here, and then I'll deconstruct the ones going into the machine that shouldn't be going into the machine. Now you have to replace each conveyor. Yes, have to replace each conveyor. What a pain. I wonder how that happened, because the right thing was connected. So I need to upgrade these conveyors anyway, so.
Okay.
Man with a hoodie is coming in the door.
Yup. How's it going without me?
So far, so good. I'm replacing the conveyors. For some reason, the conveyors had what? Had the product coming downstream correctly, but for some reason there was coal in them. So I don't know how that happened, but. And these are. Okay, so I wonder if I just upgrade these, whether it would upgrade it, and no.
Hey Doc, do you have a bunch of sulfur in your inventory?
Let me check. No, I've got one stack of sulfur.
Oh, okay. Because if you just filled up those machines with sulfur, eventually it would run through all the coal that's on the plant on the belt, and
Let's see. Look what's happening up here. Either these are empty. Yeah, these are empty. Okay, these are empty. Okay.
Yeah, that whole thing got all mixed up at some point.
Yeah, just right to here. So anyway, I'll be destroying and rebuilding. Let's see if it'll.
You see, this game is willingly destroying all your hard work simulator.
Okay. comment from the peanut gallery there.
I don't think he's wrong though.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of just build and rebuild and build and rebuild and
Ada never wants to make it easy for us, I guess.
yeah, build something you're super proud of, and then guess I gotta do that again. Like I don't know what happened with the compacted coal there. Whatever was wrong with it, it was still working well enough to provide us with enough for the turbo fuel power plant, even though theoretically we don't have nearly enough even when it's full blast. So
So yeah, we're more math to do there and figure out what's going on, really.
yeah. Okay. Icy Knight says, I bet whatever brings in the sulfur got mixed with its inputs, possibly a merger connected with sulfur to coal.
Possibly. We're just gonna have to watch these and see if this was the solution or whether there's a more of a problem upstream. So
Yeah.
okay, so everything with the slanted ones should be
Should all be sulfur.
should all be
Did you
sulfur.
read Azriel's comment about our 2025 features video?
No.
He said, mentioned in the feature vid, it would be nice to have a buildable that will display productivity of machines in a circuit, akin to the priority switch. Staring for yellow is bothersome with fluids.
Yeah, I did read that one. Not quite sure I understand the yellow comment.
I think that's looking for the yellow sticks
Yeah.
on machines or something.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out which one isn't working properly.
Yeah. That's probably it. Okay, so now I
I
need
agree
to
with
check
that.
and see if any of these machines are running, or if any of these machines had enough room to. Okay, they've got sulfur. They're getting sulfur in them. They're idle because they're not getting enough sulfur.
Okay.
But throw that one in there. Throw that in there. Okay. Okay, so fix that problem.
Okay.
And, some of these are working, some of them are not.
Yeah, and Icenet's wondering if the sulfur lines got disconnected on accident at the other end, which is possible.
Okay, so we've got 25 per minute compact coal being made, supposedly by each and every machine. There are 48 machines. So with 48 machines, okay, fine. I'll just use, 48 machines times 25, we'd end up with 1,200. Now, 1,200, we went and calculated that we needed 1,350 for our power plants to go. But when we did the power plants, they were getting plenty. They were getting plenty of compacted coal to make plenty of turbo fuel. Yet we just calculated that we're not making enough here, which to me doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So, and we're not getting enough sulfur. Is that because our drone isn't bringing enough in, or we're not producing enough? That's the big question. Because see, I'm showing the sulfur line not even hardly moving down here. So it makes you wonder what's really happening here. I've got one line going over and then coming down to this line here. And maybe that means that every single one of these should be working. Yet I get here and it's not got enough sulfur supposedly, but the lines are backed up. Does that mean I need to reconstruct each one of these going in here? So Robert, do you have any idea what? Because these are working because they're getting sulfur. These lines are backed up, and these are not getting sulfur.
Okay, can you... No, hold on.
What?
You say those lines are backed up, but they're not getting any sulfur. Okay, yeah.
Now it's getting sulfur, even though I just barely rebuilt that. Weird.
Rebuilt or upgraded?
I rebuilt it. I deconstructed it and reconstructed it, and now
Okay.
I did the same exact thing. You know, call me stupid, doing the same thing, trying to get a different result, and I got a different result. Kind of weird. And I'll do it on this one too, because I just reconstructed this one, and look at the way it goes.
Sometimes you do the same thing over again, accepting that the world is greater than what you understand, and that different things have changed.
Garrett the philosopher.
I just have disliked that version of insanity for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like Einstein's version of insanity?
It was never said by Einstein.
It was never said by Einstein? Oh, come on. We gave him an attribution for it anyway.
A lot of people are attributed for stuff that they didn't do.
Didn't say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm reconstructing all of these things. I guess I just don't understand how I could deconstruct it, reconstruct it, and they're buttered. Every one of them was buttered, not just one or two. And doing the same thing over again makes it right. That one's going to cause me to lose sleep, folks.
Please don't let it.
Please don't let it. Now, that one gave a little bit of a clue. There was a coal at the front of that. At the bottom of that line. So maybe what happened was that there was a little bit of coal inside the splitter, maybe? And this, because it was full of coal, it wouldn't go in. Okay, they're all working. Well, I see them all working. Or most of them working. Okay, so let's go work on getting these yellow ones are not working here, so let's go figure out why. Okay, not enough sulfur.
Yeah, Iconite thinks that that's the idea, that the splitter holds a couple of them inside, and that's where the bad stuff came from.
Yeah.
Make sure you upgrade those lifts as well.
Yeah. I get that, but I've got a lift that's not even bringing any sulfur in, and that's making me wonder. I've got these two lines coming in. They should be... There it goes. There it goes. Bringing in sulfur. This one's idle, even though it's full of stuff. Now, how do you resolve this problem? It's full of coal, full of sulfur, but not running.
Because it's full.
Because it can't output. Thank you.
Yep, because your trains are full. Yeah, all your outputs are full for everything, so nothing's going to run.
Great.
So for people who are watching right now, if you guys haven't subscribed on YouTube or followed on Twitch, we'd love it if you did. Doc streams every Monday evening and then Tuesday morning, Central US time. And then we have an additional Thursday stream on our Discord for people who are paid members. That means if you're a Twitch Prime subscriber, or just a regular Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, you can join our Discord. And if you have your accounts hooked up, you'll automatically be allowed in on our Thursday streams where Doc records our next episode of Satisfactory. It's a lot of fun to hang out and chat and just have some fun. Our Discord also has a lot of other really cool features. We do a showcase every couple of weeks of stuff that you guys build and post on there. And it's a lot of fun to we show it off on stream and Doc reacts to it, and it's always been a whole lot of fun. So if you guys like to join up our Discord or follow us, subscribe, throw Doc a Twitch Prime subscription, that would be awesome.
It would be.
Currently, we're getting financing for a Minecraft server. We'd love to be able to pay for a Minecraft server for our paid members. So if you guys would like to join, you guys can come and hang out with Doc and build cool stuff with him as well.
Yes.
When does Doc building redstone video come out? That will
That
be
is next
Thursday.
Next Thursday. Yep.
Yeah, in 2 days. So as soon as the stream is done, I'm gonna hunker down and start editing.
Yep, that one's already in the can, except for one little snippet. Oh, look at how much it did not pick up, Robert. It
So
only
the train
picked
was
up
already mostly
1,
full.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. It only picked up 8 stacks. And it literally should have picked up 8 times 4, 32 stacks.
Saladin says, I want to see him meet a warden.
Well, that may happen.
It will eventually.
And a warden is a guy that puts you in jail or something?
Yeah.
Does more than that?
He's a guard for... Yeah, he's a guard.
Okay.
So. Yep. It will be a while until Doc does that. But before Thursday's episode, I'd encourage you guys all to look. Doc has 3 episodes out of playing Minecraft. First episode he plays solo. Second episode he plays with Emmeline, one of his granddaughters. And third episode, Doc and I hang out together as we help him get geared up, get some diamonds.
Yeah. We got diamonds. That was cool because, it's a learning process. And frankly, what's happening is Robert is teaching, and my grandkids also have a certain level of knowledge that they are passing on to me as well. Their knowledge is kind of funky sometimes.
Rubies.
Rubies. So what's the rubies comment?
Emmeline called redstone rubies.
Oh, okay.
That was something that when I first started playing Minecraft, and I played it very early on, when the wiki was either non-existent or when the wiki was not helpful at all. And I got a little taste of that, discovering everything on your own. And it was a whole lot of fun. And unfortunately, the game has grown so complex that you kind of have to use the wiki now, which is unfortunate. But Doc's kind of getting a bit of a mix of the two. I'm trying to leave him as much latitude to discover things on his own as possible, while not starving him of information.
Actually, it's not the starving of information, it's more the frustration that comes when I don't have the information right at hand. And I have a hard time, knowing where to pick it all up, and I like playing games where I know the next thing to do, and I just go do the next thing. And the idea of software developers and game developers, at some point they stopped putting out manuals, for example. Now they're wikis. At least we've got wikis now. But they stopped putting out manuals. I would just take and buy a game, I would read through the entire manual, and then I'd open the game and play it. That way I had a knowledge base to begin with. And what you don't have with these modern games is you don't have a way to build your knowledge base before you start working it.
No.
I'm sorry, but that sounds so boring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
sounds
so
so
sorry.
boring.
I am so sorry, Garrett.
Why would I want to read a technical manual before playing a game?
A good game will have good onboarding and tutorial that teaches you the skills you need.
But nowadays they've basically done away with those tutorials, or the tutorials are old and stale.
Or the game is, or you're dealing with somebody like Doc who's been so far out of the loop in gaming that there's no level of tutorials that can teach you the skills you need. I mean, if Minecraft had a movement tutorial, here's how you use WASD to move, it would frustrate more people than it would help. But the people who need it are left in the dark, unfortunately. Yep. And Caffeinated redeemed a hydrate.
Okay.
And Quantum Star says, big games used to come with maps. Yes. Like actual big physical maps. And they were awesome.
Yeah, I remember those.
I found
like,
7 purple power
where in the
stones.
world do you find Carmen Sandiego?
What?
A game in the past that died an ignominious death.
Oh, okay.
Where in the world do you find Carmen Sandiego? You've heard of that one, right?
Yes, the very, very old TV show that it was based on. But that one came with a map?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It came with a map. And that was cool.
Icy Knight says, Robert, how long ago did you start playing Minecraft? I started playing Minecraft back when you could spam arrows. If you remember when that was, when you could, as fast as you click, it could empty your inventory of arrows.
Back when it was still a browser game.
When you could play it in the browser? Yeah. And Caffeinated says, I have a giant Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 map. I love them. You used to have the 76 one framed, but now you live in a tiny apartment. Yeah, like now if you buy like the super deluxe versions of games, you'll get things like maps and things like that. But, the old boxes used to have, you gotta have something in the box to make it feel substantial, right? Since they'd have maps and art and cool stuff.
Okay, we said we needed 1,350 compacted coal to travel to. We needed 1,350 compacted coal to travel to the stations. And that with the number of machines we have, we could only make 1,200. I think that's what the numbers were. So, okay, so we have 48 machines times 25 natively. We can make 1,200, and we needed 1,350. It's raining like mad again outside. So, if I started overclocking the headline ones. See, the thing is, I can't get enough throughput. In other words, these things stop because they can't, the trains aren't taking enough.
Right.
The trains aren't taking enough because they're not being able to unload.
Right.
The trains are not being able to unload. Why isn't this conveyor full? Probably because I put the smart splitter, I didn't tell it.
And Safaricon remembers all the old Sierra games. I played a few of those. Garrett, do you remember any of those games?
Remind me. I might remember the games themselves, just not the
Not by name.
title. All right.
Not by title.
Sierra
Sorry,
Online.
not by producer.
Sierra Online games.
So they made the King's Quest series.
Uh-huh. I remember playing
played
King's
that.
Quest quite a bit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Mama Doc played King's Quest quite a bit.
Yeah. Phantasmagoria was a game that all my friends played, and I was not allowed to play. Sierra was actually, they were the original publisher of Half-Life. That's funny.
Yeah.
Not the developer, of course. That was Valve, but I'm looking for a couple that I'm not seeing. What? They did Tribes? Cool. Right, they were acquired by Vivendi, which then became Activision Blizzard, of course. Yeah.
Then became Activision.
Yeah. Well, Sierra was bought by Vivendi,
I'm hydrated.
which was acquired by Activision Blizzard, yada, yada, yada. There was a game called EcoQuest, and I thought that was made by it, and that was one of those dumb shareware games that I played a ton of because I didn't know any better when I was really young.
He says, "Do loves me some old games." Interesting way to construct a sentence. Why do they keep picking up the crates that hold the resources? Not quite sure what you mean there. The crates that hold the crates? All right, I've got to figure out why these aren't getting the throughput. Because if we don't need that much throughput, we don't need to keep making that much compacted coal.
Yep. Gotta
So-
make sure if the power is even on.
If the power plants are even functioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is just too strange to me that
Yes, they did Empire Earth as well, something amazing. We played Age of Empires a lot.
okay, you've seen how I construct my factory constructions. Sentence is also a challenge. Well, at least he likes bacon. We know that. So
Yep. He's a good one.
they were picking up the giant boxes that hold the train car crates. Yeah. Yeah. The graphics do glitch occasionally, but thank goodness they correct themselves and don't crash the whole system when that happens. Okay.
There are medicinal inhalers medicinal inhalers in the Dimensional Depot for you guys to use.
Okay.
Here, you can have my bacon and garlic then.
You guys have the exact same power tower train hypertube path that I do. Yeah, in that valley. For a second, I
Yeah.
thought you were in my world. Yeah. Yeah. I'm waiting for the. Okay, it picked up 1, 2, 3. Okay, it picked up a full 9. Okay. We might need more drone ports because this one picked up the whole 9, and of course it's going to fill up before the next.
Well, go check to see if it's all being used. If it's not being used, then it doesn't matter, right?
Well, it's coming back empty. So, in that case, it's all being at least unloaded at the other end. I can check to see if they're being used,
Yeah.
but it's coming back empty because it's taking the whole 9 stacks with it. So this one's good to go. It's unloading 327 items per minute. But the train just has more capacity than that. Or so it appears. So let's look at this next one over. It's 311 items per minute.
Tele
I
one.
mean, these drones are healthy. I mean, they are all doing almost 300, either a little over 300 or a little less than 300 items per minute, going back and forth. And that's not enough to unload the trains. So it's kind of like I need to create a second bank of drones that unload more out there, or put a train here that picks up and takes it out to the station out there.
Well, can we verify that they're needed?
Well, at this point, my assumption, because they're coming back empty, the drones are coming back empty, is that they're consuming it all. So I'm going to go check. Yep, that one picked up all 9 again. Okay, I'm going to hop in that hypertube and go check that's part of the equation. Okay, Robert?
I struggle to believe that there's much of an issue there, because we've had that running perfectly all
Yeah.
online for a very, very long time.
Exactly.
And what you're showing is a surplus, and you're showing a surplus. So I don't see what the problem is. No, IC9, I didn't change the sign.
So yes, I'm showing a surplus. Surplus at the train station at this point. Okay. The next question is, do I have a surplus out here? So power plant 2. Okay, I'm just going to go here to power plant 1. Okay, so it's unloading from here, and it's unloading. Incoming 327 items per minute. And it's taking it very slowly. And that one just came in. Excuse me. How could it be going back empty? Okay, maybe that was just an anomaly. I don't know. We got just a sea of green everywhere, Robert.
Polymer resin is backed up.
Yes, polymer resin is backed up, but it doesn't seem to be crimping it big time, so maybe there's a little bit of a backup, but yes, I see polymer resin being backed up. That was the next thing to check on. I was just wondering if the polymer resin being backed up was really affecting much over here. But these refineries that create the polymer resin are still mostly green bars all the way across. So, it's not building up polymer resin in the machines. It
You're
doesn't
right,
look
it's
like.
not.
So it might just be a balanced well. I can definitely upgrade these belts going to the polymer resin, the plastic plant. Was that sigh because of what I said? Well, if anything, we've got a backup with plastic being taken out of here fast enough. A little bit of an issue there, it looks like.
How much is it backing up into the machines?
Well,
Hey, look, we
we've
have
got
an
a thing.
overflow to a sink. So we have no issue whatsoever.
Yeah. And frankly, we could overflow the plastic to a sink if the drone's not taking it fast enough. Just to make sure that that doesn't back up. Would you suggest that? Because I can put a sink right here where I'm pointed, that if it's backed up going into the drone port, it just...
I have a hard time making a recommendation because we're so far off of the critical path that
yeah, a lot of these refineries here, are not functioning because they can't get rid of the plastic.
quiet out there.
Yeah. It's very quiet. Maybe because they're just in stunned silence. It seems too quiet. Tella, push a network. Nets work. Okay. Tella says hello. And hello to you too. There, now that worked. Goes into there. All right, now I need a power pole somewhere. And I can unclog that line and go upstream and find out why the drone port isn't being able to upload. And I've got, okay, that dumps me out to there. That's fine. That's supposed to be that way. And where's the power pole? See power. I see a power pole. Okay, so that'll begin unclogging as soon as I program the smart splitter. Okay, so so that would be right is any, no. So right is any and left is overflow. There we go. Okay. All right, that gets the plastic moving, and that'll get the polymer moving, and that'll get those generating electricity again. Okay. Actually, those get to making plastic again. Okay, and stop backing up the other lines.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, this game's so beautiful. I've lived in the Green Hills zone since the start. Nice seeing other parts of the map.
Yeah, it is. Very nice seeing other parts of the map always. Well, that part is unclogged. This part coming from there is not unclogged.
Azrael says, I'm working on what I'm calling my East Coast Oil Works to make the coke to make aluminum.
Cool. So many ways of doing things. So many good ways of doing things. Okay, well, this is going to be an interesting exercise. Okay, need foundations.
And Always Incoherent says, hello, Doc.
Hello, always incoherent.
That's a pretty good name.
Yeah. Hello, hello, hello. I am going to get a foundation like this. And I'm going to put it in soup mode because I need it to go up. There. That should be good. There, that should be good. And we'll go to the customizer and get some asphalt tops here. And time for a sink to be put on top of that. Go. And
Caffeinated says, sorry for the chat silence. Trying to figure out this new GTA 5 version, not letting you transfer your account over.
oh do. Oh no. Now GTA, remind me, I know what that is. but
That's Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto. Yes. I knew it had to do with racing and driving.
Yeah, there's a little bit of racing and driving in that game.
Well, you're racing when you're trying to get away from cops, right?
Yeah.
And you're driving like a bat out of HE double toothpicks to try to get away from them.
Sure.
Sure. He says, just sure. Okay. Okay, logistics. I want a smart splitter and I want to put it on here. And I want to program it.
And Ice and Knight's wondering what you're building right now?
Oh, isn't that a smart splitter? Come on. Obviously it wasn't. Now I can configure it. To the right is going to be overflow. And what I'm doing is I'm just building a little stopgap here in case the line gets too full going down that direction, but it looks like it's not. Okay, center output is overflow there and it's not getting too full. Okay, well that's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. Okay, I think we've handled... Okay, we've got... In fact, what I built is probably not even necessary, so... Are these all staying running? They are. If anything, I've got... I've got a yellow stick or two way at the end, but that's okay as long as we're processing it all.
So Caffeinated says they released a new enhanced version of GTA 5 that's lighter on your computer and has a whole ton of next-gen features like random animals and stuff that supposedly lets everyone transfer over their progress for free. You just get the same generic error message that everyone else is getting.
Ooh, a generic one. I hate those generic ones. The ones that don't really give you enough information to solve the problem.
Always incoherent, just got his PC parts in.
Okay.
Nice. It's always fun to get new PC parts to put together.
So the question is, are you going Intel, AMD, or something crazy? And for your video card, you go sticking with NVIDIA? Or are you trying one of the upstarts?
Yeah. Okay. Looks like we got polymer resin being processed at 100% efficiency. We've got a sink, making sure that we're not overloaded here. I've got a problem with the with this drone in the respect that this drone is supposed to be taking the plastic out, cannot unload at the other end, so I am going to go see if I can resolve that issue.
And Real Persona just got his coal power up and running.
Cool. Coal power. That's a big jump. When you can get away from biofuel and get your first coal power plant going, that's huge. And then of course by the time you're by the time you build a few coal power plants, you're wishing you had even more, and then comes oil. So they come pretty quick in on the heels of each other, which is kind of nice. We can never have enough power. One thing that, when I do the next playthrough, the first thing I'm going to focus on is making sure I have enough power first, then build out and keep checking that power grid to make sure that I always have enough power.
Caffeinated says, I might have to get that new AMD card. It has real frames. It's hard, though, as an NVIDIA loyalist. I agree with you completely. I've always bought NVIDIA, but they're making it really hard to make me want to stick with NVIDIA these days. Quantum Star's on the other side saying AMD only. And Isonite prefers NVIDIA as well.
I prefer NVIDIA, but NVIDIA seems to be focused so much on the AI side of things that they are, losing their edge on the video card side. Gosh, the 5000 series is incredibly expensive for very little extra benefit. And so I'm sitting at the 4000 series, wanting to upgrade because I think it's cool to get an upgrade, but gosh.
When I get new video cards, I'm not even going to go for the 4000. I'm going to go for the 3000 series, and that'll get me capable of enabling ray tracing on my computer, and give me a bit extra power, and that should be more than enough.
Okay, so does anybody want to help me solve this issue? Good heavens! I've got a sink that's not sinking because it has no power. Okay, fine. And then I have a train platform here that's, acting weird. I mean, all these train platforms have little holes in them, but okay, not understanding why they're not filling up. Okay. Any comments? Boy, this is way too weird.
Megla says that the RTX 5000 series is funny. It's just a waste of money. So, Always Incoherent, who's building their new PC, they say they previously had a workstation with an Intel Xeon E5 or something.
Or something.
It's like a low-tier i7. Worked well to your power surge protector blue. Oof. They picked up a 12th gen i7, the 1200 KF. That's what I have. I upgraded to DDR5 as well. Nice. But his GPU is a 2070 Super. Okay. That's a decent GPU still. That'll last you another several years.
This one says it has no power. I mean, this power pole has no power. Okay, so that means the station has no power. Okay, so what happened to my power from this pole here?
Train station red.
This power pole's not attached anymore to anything. I am really wondering how things get broken like this.
Quantum Star, when you say fake frames, are you talking about interpolated frames? Or the frame gen, whatever tech they've been talking about?
Okay, the sink is now powered up. All of these are full. I'm waiting for the train to come. Where's the station? The station should be on this end. NOF plastic delivery. Next up, NOF plastic delivery. Okay, it shows the train coming back. Okay, let's see if this got it running.
Robert, look at your DMs.
So looks like we've got to go upstream on this one too, because it's coming back almost full. It's only unloading 3. Man, Robert,
What?
I am sure struggling to get things working here.
Yeah.
I traced it to the resin not being fully processed. Now I've traced it to the resin not being fully processed was because the plastic wasn't able to be taken out. I've taken care of the drone now that was not able to unload because everything was always full. And now I'm riding the train back because the train is not emptying. And that's probably because of the truck station not being able to take it to the mega factory.
Okay. Well, I'm flying over there to take a look at it.
I mean, these supply chains are too long. Frankly, it needs to be simpler somehow, simpler. Need multiple fail-safes just in case. Absolutely true. So the freight platform is full. It is now yes, it is emptying into the train station, into the truck station. The truck station is filling up. So we'll see how much of it can unload, but I have a feeling we've got an inadequate amount of truck transportation to unload all of this coming in. I think is the big problem, Robert.
Okay. But we have an overflow on this setting to a sink.
Overflow what?
But we have an overflow on the plastic setting to a sink.
Overflow on the plastic settings into the sink. What? Not understanding.
We have an overflow line on the plastic, sending the plastic to a sink.
Where at?
Here at the train station.
Yes.
So we're fine.
We're fine now with it unloading from the mega factory, yes. I just don't like to see full trains going back and forth and back and forth.
Okay.
Why do you get frustrated when I tell you what I'm concerned about?
Because we were supposed to be pulling steel today.
Yeah, we're supposed to be.
And you're like 10 layers deep in problems that can't be solved. And every single time you try to solve a problem, you run off on a different problem to solve. It's like, we can't solve the mega factory not accepting enough stuff. We can't solve the truck lines. We got to back up.
Okay, enough frustration showing. There's a vertical mode for platforms.
Confused Duck says hello.
So I'm not the only one?
I love that name.
I'm not the only confused duck around here?
And Curly D asks, what's the most frustrating part about Satisfactory?
Things that break that you can't tell that they're broken until you get too
You
far.
got it on vertical mode.
Yes, it's on zoom mode. Yes, I had a hard time getting out of
Sorry,
vertical mode.
I'm
So-
watching your stream several minutes late.
Yep.
So I'm seeing mistakes that you made minutes ago that you've already figured out.
Yep. I did have a hard time figuring that one out. Don't have a hypertube. Gotta wait for a train. Okay, that's fine. I can wait for the train. Get my way back to doing what I'm supposed to do. So we need to rename this stream. Garrett, Doc goes down the bunny trail. Hibbity hoppity down the bunny trail, whatever you call it. Obviously, Robert is not full of humor anymore. He's had enough of me today. He's upset.
I'm getting close.
Getting close to what? Getting humor or
Being done.
being done with humor, huh? Well, this is improving. I upgraded the conveyors coming out of this train station. I'm just waiting for the train so I can go back, okay? And I'm noticing that they're unloading a lot more effectively now that I've upgraded the conveyors behind them. Yep, the rain's coming down hard again. Okay, curly.com says I can make them screws no problem. Just use the steel beam alternate. Okay. I'm catching a ride on the locomotive. I'll be back in a moment. So he says for him it's more of a top 3. How much longer will the stream last? About 25 more minutes. See what I can get done in 25 minutes. And see how much more I can get out of Robert. He's tired of being frustrated with me. Robert, you think we can go a little bit long today if I get back on task?
Yeah, we can keep going. We're fine. And John Smith says, "Hey, Doc."
Hi, John Smith. That's a very common name.
You know, they say that, but I don't think I've ever met anyone named John Smith in my life.
Yeah. Well, I worked with a guy. His name is Adam Smith, and every time he said that, I had to suppress a laugh because he'd say it, and I'd think he's faking it. That's just a fake name or something like that. And it was his real name, but I kept on thinking back to, Adam Smith and the economist that was there before, um, in the early days of the country. So. So I had to, you know, one time I almost got embarrassed myself by almost laughing. The wrong time. He was checking into the hotel. We had to go in pairs at that point. I was either training him or something, and he ended up. I ended up almost laughing at the wrong time. Okay. All right. Catch a hypertube back to the. Now that I've solved world hunger, and I've wasted almost the entire stream not getting steel back to the plant. Have you already built the plant? You're just waiting for my inputs, Robert.
No,
Oh, what do you, what have you been working on? Can I ask?
the steel plant.
But you're not done.
No.
Okay. Really, out sound says, I know a John Smith. Huh. There's some non-moving conveyors there too, which is interesting. Wonder why there's non-moving conveyors there. Oh, solve world hunger. Good grief. Don't you love the way I built mine platforms and the way Garrett built his platforms, or the way I built them differently over there? It's kind of okay. Just got the solid steel ingot recipe. I'm about ready to redo my whole setup to add the smelters for it. Solid steel. Okay. What is the difference between the solid steel ingot and the...
Solid steel goes from the iron ingot and coal as opposed to using iron ore. It's
Okay,
what
so
we're
that's
using.
the formula we're using. Okay. I just didn't remember the name of it, I guess.
So this one refinery's low because it's only getting 450 meters per minute instead of 600.
Okay. I'm sorry. Which are you referring to? Was that information I needed?
one of the turbo fuel power plants is only functioning at 75% because it only has 75% the oil.
Oh, it's okay. But it's an oil problem, not a coal problem that I was looking at.
Right.
Okay.
So far, there have been 0 coal problems.
Okay. So I have quite a bit of coal coming in that I created this huge balancer over here and it's just stayed totally unused. I'm just not sure which one of these to disconnect and which one of these to merge and so forth and so on. Probably just need to merge all 3 of these into oh, that's the compacted coal going there. So don't worry about that one.
Lag spike. Lag spike.
What?
Lag spike.
Oh,
As I was in the middle of the air trying to make a jump.
okay. $600 and $600 makes $1,200 coming up that. I just silence, yes. It's silence. Does that mean we get the MC server? Just donated Doc $1 million.
Hmm.
When I see that hit my account, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And always incoherent. Says he's been under the weather for a bit, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. We need 25 per minute coal on 48 items. So 48 times 25. We need what? We only need 1,200 coal to operate all of these. And we're bringing in 4 lines of 1,200 each.
Huh?
Huh?
We're creating 1,200 compacted coal.
No, I'm looking at the input side to try to figure out how many of these I can get rid of. How many lines coming in I can get rid of. And I'm looking at a machine right now, and the machine says that
Yeah.
it needs 25 per minute. And I have 4 lines coming in feeding it at 1200 per minute. So I have 4800 per minute and only need 1200.
Yeah, that's because you just upgraded all the lines. Previously, the lines couldn't hold nearly that many.
Yeah. So I can take, literally, I can take and feed every one of these machines with only one line of coal coming in. And just splitting them equally to all 4 of them.
Celadine redeemed stretch.
Oh, okay. I will gladly do that. Anyone else hungry? I'm busy cooking dinner. Oh, come on, please. Mashed potatoes, pigs in a blanket, onion gravy, mixed vegetables, small pile of chicken from Sunday's roast. I wasn't, but now I am.
And a reminder to hydrate as well.
Did I actually check that each belt is getting 1200 per minute? Yes, I did actually. Each of these belts is, in fact, getting 1200 per minute. And so what I need to do is take one of these belts and this long one that's going way off to the distance, and these 2 that are going way off in the distance. I think what I'm going to do with those is co-opt them to go to the other power plant, to the steel factory. At least this long one, definitely. Wow, that's just devastating. The fact that I just don't need this many. Wow. Making way more compacted coal than I need going out to the. How much coal do I need exactly? 1200.
1350.
Well, I need 1350 compacted coal, yes. So I need to overclock a few of these in order to get to the 1350. But I can't even deliver 1350. My train is not delivering that much. And what doesn't make sense is the trains are full. The trains are taking as much as they can, and when they deliver it out to the compacted coal, to the turbo fuel factories, they seem to be happy and have plenty of coal. So okay.
I have to say that I'm surprised. I didn't think that we'd be able to stream today with the storm.
Yeah, and it's
It's
starting
supposed to
to
be a pretty fearsome one.
yeah, and it's lightening up, getting lighter outside. Ooh,
Probably won't get any tornadoes today.
thank goodness. That's kind of nice. We haven't had any tornado warnings, which is nice. Alrighty. And so here's my two. Here's my two outputting at 600 and 600. Okay, good. I am going to. I love this. You know. Oh, and there's a tunnel down there. Look at that. We need to go exploring sometime, Robert, and go see what's under there. But all four nodes of different types all the way around here.
That's cool.
With a tunnel underneath it, just in a big crater. So yeah, we need to explore that sometime.
Icy Knight says he woke up to tornado sirens at 5 o'clock this morning.
Oof.
He says there wasn't actually a tornado, luckily, but
yeah. All right.
Ultra Fox says, are any of you familiar with Ryan Hall?
Yes. Very familiar with Ryan Hall. We watch him out almost every day. And he said he was going to be live streaming today because there's possibility of tornadoes, especially as the storm moves over to the East Coast.
Doc just leaves him running for hours at a time during tornado season.
Yeah.
Is he a YouTube weatherman?
Yes, he is. Actually, he's not.
Picked up a couple of.
He's not even a meteorologist. He just was an enthusiast that has self-taught himself a ton of stuff. What he is, though, is he's really good at talking to people and making it easy to understand. And so that makes it the perfect combination of, enough expertise to be dangerous, and then enough working knowledge of communication to communicate it effectively to people. So yeah, I really like him.
I was kind of surprised last fall during tornado season. There were a couple people who were on Twitter who were meteorologists, and they were very upset with Ryan Hall and his group.
Why is
because
that?
they didn't have the credentials to make the claims they were making.
Oh, they didn't.
Yeah. So.
Okay, what claims were they making that were inaccurate?
That's irrelevant. They didn't have the proper credentials.
Too bad, so sad. In other words, wah wah. In other words, they had the audience and Ryan Hall had the audience and they didn't, and they were just wanting to whine about something.
That's the hard part that I struggle with like college education. A lot of people take getting an education as license to
do whatever they've been trained to do. Yes.
And it's like, sure, but they're just, in the end, college is just information. That's what it is in the end.
And there's a lot of college educated idiots, as far as I'm concerned.
If you can get that that information elsewhere, then more power to you.
And I'll listen to Ryan Hall over Max Velocity, I think is the other guy or something.
I love the weatherman names. That's the one thing I want them to keep from TV is the TV weatherman names. Max Velocity. That's great.
And frankly, he might have the criteria, but he's just number one. He puts out thumbnails that are just
A bit too clickbait for you.
a bit too clickbait. Then again, I might be ignoring the fact that Ryan Halls are a little bit clickbaity too.
Yep.
You can see our offices off in the distance. See the spire over there?
You're getting there. I see my ass. Wait, does Doc have credentials to stream? He says no, because you don't need credentials to stream. Yeah. John Smith says college is also collaboration. There's a lot to be gained by the group discussion and interpretation of information rather than just doing rote memorization on your own.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we're saying this in full view of Doc, who of course has a doctorate, who is a professor at a university teaching bachelor's and master's degree students. You know, so I mean, Doc doesn't dislike any of it.
But there are too many people, and I have to agree with Garrett to a certain level, that think that just because they're educated, that means they're an expert. No. Being educated is only half of the equation. Becoming an expert means that you've had experience in the field and you've seen how it works in real life, and you have to be able to correlate what you've been taught in the classroom with what you've got, what learning you have in as you put it into practice.
In all reality, college should be the easiest and most expeditious way to get a good education. But you can get it otherwise.
Well, yeah. We do have too much stock in this world of people who think that because you're educated, you're an expert. And I have, I'm basically here to say, no, not really. Being an expert means you've worked in the field and understand how it works after you've had the theoretical knowledge. Oh, another slug.
I have heard story after story of people who get engineering degrees thinking that they know it all, and then getting into the field and realizing they know absolutely nothing.
Uh-huh. Well, Boeing used to say some of the most offensive things, as far as I was concerned, after I got my PhD, that 70% of a worker's knowledge comes from working in the field. And that was kind of offensive to me at the time, until I realized how many educated idiots there were. and realized that what they were really saying is you need to learn how to apply this before you can really say that you're educated.
But at the very least, you went into your education with years of experience already.
Mm-hmm. And Super Potatoes on a first-time chat says it's one thing to learn how to build a bridge, it's another thing to build a bridge. Yeah, that's the point exactly.
And I'm going to take the devil's advocate position here for a second, even though I typically don't like it. I am self-taught in many, many different applications. Like when it comes to video editing, I picked up the software and figured it out myself. With 3D modeling, I picked up the software, taught myself. With a lot of those things, I've become fairly proficient in a lot of things, but the problem is I'm also at the same time missing a lot of foundational knowledge, which could eliminate a lot of frustration when I'm trying to do something, because while I know that it works, I don't know how it works because I didn't get the educational background for it. And I've tried many times going back, like programming. I've picked up bits of programming here or there from doing various stuff, but I've never gone through much more than an introductory course. And every time I try to go get back now to learn programming, which I've done every couple years, pretty much my entire adult life, every time it's an exercise in frustration because every single time the book starts with, "This is what the if statement means," and I
This
get
is
so
how to
frustrated.
program Hello World.
Yeah, and I've gone through Hello World so many times. It's like, oh, this is so frustrating, but I can't skip it because I lose the other foundational knowledge that I need in order to progress. And so, education first is very helpful sometimes in building that foundation you can build on later on with your own experience.
Yeah, so it can get very frustrating when you're self-taught first. And frankly, you know, being self-taught has zero credentials when you're trying to get a job, unfortunately. And it, you know, and in fact, you know, when I wanted to get out of the insurance business really bad, I one of my one of the people that I worked with was able to get a job with farmers, and I wanted to jump from where I was at to go to farmers because they were just much more rounded in a lot of the things that they had to offer. And I couldn't get a job with them because they didn't want anybody that they didn't train themselves, which to me was incredibly frustrating at the time.
I will point out the whole credentials issue never became an issue, never really was an issue until colleges started to become super popular.
Oh, until
Credentials came from work references and stuff like that, and saying this is what I did, this is what I accomplished, rather than saying here's a diploma where somebody else says that I worked on random crap for 6 years.
kind of crap. Okay.
Sorry, I don't have the biggest, the highest opinion of school.
Yeah, I know. I know you don't. So, and it's interesting that in our household we've got so many varied opinions about, you know, the value of school versus the value of work versus the value of learning it on your own versus, you know, all those components. So we do have those varying opinions. That's for sure.
And most of my opinion comes from the idea that our modern schools are broken. They're not built correctly. The
Look
big
at
thing
this.
is that college is there to create scholars, not to prepare you for a job. But they've been retrofit to try to force you to force their programs into getting you ready for with vocational experience, and that's not what they're designed for, and the system doesn't work very well.
Yeah, and then you've got, in order to try to fix that problem, you end up with vocational schools that are basically 2 year, prepare you to go straight from there to the workplace, and then after a while, you know, then you can't go from one of those vocational schools to get your 4 year degree to go in on anywhere else because you
Because they
haven't
don't
taken all
recognize
the
it.
yeah, they don't recognize it because you haven't taken all those stupid nonsense courses like History 101
And
or
because the vocational school hasn't paid the big money to the accreditation offices to certify what they teach.
oh, so yeah, the educational system is not functioning as intended. And frankly, I think the whole reason is because it became big money.
Yeah.
It got to the point where government was starting to fund education, and once they started funding education, all of a sudden you have entities that are there just simply to grab the funding that's available.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that there really needs to be a difference made between vocational education and scholarly education. Because not everybody is cut out to be a scholar. In fact, very few people in our society are really cut out to be scholars because you have to have a really high IQ to be a good scholar. And that's what modern schools are trying to create, even though most people want and need vocational training. I mean, even programmers, that's experience on the level of trades nowadays.
Yeah, it is.
And when you say scholars, it's not just that they have certain really high requirements. The actual demand for scholarship is very low.
Mm-hmm.
There, there's one of those statistics where they talk about the number of thesis papers and dissertation papers that are written that are ever cited, because they've tried to build the thesis system, which was something coming from the Middle Ages, into the scholarly works. The number of research papers that are published as part of a thesis, as part of a graduation project, that are ever cited, that are ever building upon the body of knowledge that we actually use, are super, super small. So even though they're trying to make you publish a paper, trying to get you to make a thesis, trying to enhance the body of knowledge, the number of those that actually do anything, it's almost worthless, right? So.
Okay. Can we change topics?
Mantrid. Well, can I read a couple comments on the subject first, and then?
Sure.
So Mantrid says, I went to the University of Waterloo for mechanical engineering 20 years ago.
Okay.
It opened a lot of doors professionally just due to the association with the institution. If I applied today with the same grade there, there'd be no way I could get in.
With the same what there?
He said same grade, probably same grades.
Uh-huh.
Probably could never get in. Yeah.
Oh. I know that when I wanted to, I got a stretch here. I know when I wanted to get into computer engineering, which was the hardware side of things versus the software engineering being the programming side. I applied to the University of Washington, but it was so new at the time that even though I had a decent GPA at a 3.4 from the junior college, they wanted a 3.8, or they wanted me to retake courses to raise my GPA. And at that point, I just said, no, I'm not going to do that. Simply because I couldn't afford the time. I was raising a family. I couldn't go retake courses just so I could go from a B to an A. I mean, a B should be plenty adequate to get into school,
Yeah.
But now, University of Washington accepted me. It was okay to get into, but the College of Computer Engineering would not accept me until my grades were higher.
Yeah.
So.
And I had the same issue.
Yeah. I think that it just comes down to that a lot of these modern professions need to be, I don't want to say downgraded, but I think that's the right word, from a scholarly position down to a technical or it needs to be downgraded so that it's not requiring everybody to be a scholar to be in it. You don't need to know the collected works of Shakespeare to be a programmer, for example.
Yeah, that's the trade school versus college difference there with the colleges want you to take all these, what they call prerequisites, so you get a good rounded education.
Which is great for scholars.
Yeah, but I want to go program. Just Get me into programming. So trade schools are great for that, but you can't go beyond those 2 years. And so you get stuck.
But you're only stuck if you want to get a doctorate. And
Only stuck if you want to get get a bachelor's, master's, or doctorate, because it sticks you at the associate's level.
So, I mean, Doc, you have a management degree. That continues going. But if you're a programmer, for the most part, you just keep on programming. You keep on building your career. You keep on learning as you go.
Yep.
And if you want to get a doctorate in computer software programming, you're building your own languages, I guess. You're doing some insane stuff at that point. I don't know, what you'd ever do at a doctorate level for that, right?
You would probably get a management degree just so that you could go from there.
You're not learning more how to program better.
That's true.
So
unless you're trying to get into programming theory or something like that.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Garrett's voice is a bit lower, guys, and we apologize for that. That's something that we're currently limited by. Hopefully we'll get things changed around eventually, and Garrett's voice will come to you guys natively instead of through Doc's PC. So. And Megalith comes in. Making your own programming language is nothing, but making an efficient and useful language is something.
Definitely.
That's true. And not just another markup language or something like that, because that's... And Icing out a bit ago mentioned, learning history. When you ever going to learn, whenever you're going to ever use it. And, somebody already responded, but history is a difficult one because you're never going to use it vocationally. And that comes back to why do we have college? Is college there to get you a job, or is college there to teach you to become a better citizen or teach you to become a better human or whatever? And so history squarely falls within that. It's very useful to know. Knowing history is very good. I think with world conflicts happening now, without taking any positions on it, world conflicts right now, knowing the history of the Eastern European region is really helpful right now. And I've come to understand the subject a whole lot better in the last couple of years.
What do you have going here?
Huh.
I just died. I was so flabbergasted, I just died.
Yeah.
What is that? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on. Yeah, let's pop that up for the last little bit of the stream.
Pop that fall counter up for the last little bit. Doc was so shocked he died.
We got that death for free, says something amazing.
Oh, golly. Gee whiz, Mr. Wizard. So I want to go to the north 1F should be good. 1.
Sophia says, I've been applying to PhD programs this cycle and doing an interview at UW. They asked me about my B- in physics. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It gets to be ridiculous. So what are you applying for your doctorate in? That's a question.
And
what program are you trying to get into?
And Charles Fabrini says he's turning 47 tomorrow and he's still paying on a networking degree he got in 2004. Oof.
Yeah. And that's fine as long as you stay in the groove with new programming, learn new languages along the way, learn new methods along the way. You just have to keep up on the latest trends so that when, like if you were a COBOL programmer back in the 70s, it kind of behooved you to learn other languages before the COBOL went obsolete. And you could take that as a good example of many issues that programmers have. it's kind of like being familiar with certain hardware and then, mainframe hardware, and all of a sudden PCs on rack mounts are now the thing that that you that you deal with instead of mainframes. You had to stay up on the technology or die. Literally an employment death. Because then once you find yourself unemployed, all of a sudden you're out of work and can't get back into the game because people don't know you, people won't hire you. So what are you doing here, Robert?
It's the steel factory.
That is the steel factory, huh?
Yep.
What kind of outdoor cladding are you going to put on that?
I haven't decided yet. That's part of the reason for the pause.
Well, I'd have to say that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean we have four sets of smelters for the iron making ingots, and we have 4 sets of foundries to make the steel ingots. And so we're just arranging it in an octagon.
Okay.
So, and Sophia is getting her PhD in pharmaceutical sciences.
Okay.
Very cool.
And they're asking you about your physics.
Your B minus.
B minus
Oh,
physics. No. Wow.
Oh.
Probably a calculus-based physics at that level, and which I had to take along the way. Never got a B minus. I did get 1 B one semester, 1 quarter, because we were on the quarter system, so there were 3 quarters in each year. And I did get a B once, and that was part of my 3.4 GPA. So, I mean, when you're taking calculus and calculus-based physics, and you're just all mired in trying to raise a family at the same time, it can tend to be kind of challenging to get perfect grades along the way. So,
Yep.
that is pretty awesome looking, Robert. Is it all powered up, ready to go?
No, not at all.
Okay, I noticed that
You don't even have all the modules built.
Okay, so what have you got here? I see 3 that are of one type and 3 that are of another type.
Well, there's 4 iron smelters there. That's the one right in front of you that your cursor's on. That. So on that, and they're on.
So those are making ingots.
Yes, and then the one just to the left of it is making steel ingots. In fact, those 2 are hooked up and running right now.
Okay, so we've got ingot. Okay, those 2 here.
Yes,
Even though I see all yellow bars.
because they're all full.
Okay, because they're not being able to output.
Correct.
Okay, interesting. So how many 1200 conveyor line, 1200 per minute conveyor lines are needed for each one of those? Just one?
We need one. That's not an easy question to answer.
Yeah, it is after a while. Got carried away. Didn't notice. What are you doing? I can eat them short if you want. Okay. I'll be short.
So something amazing says the theoretical math classes in my mechanical engineering degree were a joke. Physics taught at a PhD level by TAs, and every exam was curved like 30%. Oh man.
30%. In other words, only a certain number of people would get A's. I hate grading on a curve, by the way. If you display that you know it, you shouldn't be restricted by certain numbers having an A and certain numbers having a B, that kind of thing. But yeah, and those lower level physics classes, those lower level math classes like physics, I had it at my associate's level. Calculus based physics and calculus is really first and second year school. But math being multiple choice, well, multiple guess is more accurate, possibly, yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
But TAs tend to get involved at that level way too often. Way too often. You need good access to the PhD that's managing the class. So, anyway, just my opinion. Okay, I'm up here to take a closer look. Um, so you've been able to take two of the lines, one copper and um,
One iron, one coal.
one iron, one coal. Okay.
And then if you take a right now, behind you, the
Uh-huh.
output is there on your right. Right there.
So this port right
That's the
here is
output.
going to be the output,
Yep. And that should be completely full of steel right now.
and it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it is. These conveyors have steel, but they're not making any more steel. There's no,
Interesting. Oh.
and that foundry's not
Oh, man.
programmed.
Some of them didn't get programmed. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I still
that's
haven't
why.
bulletproofed everything yet.
Okay.
So.
And so when I was bringing it in over here, you've been able to bring in just one of those, each of those.
Yep.
But you could bring in two of them really easy. You could bring in a second one of each of those lines really easy, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I hooked those up just so I could test it, make sure it's functioning before I went and built all the rest. So I do have to
Okay.
make a modification to the to it. I missed a couple things. Yeah, there's some red lights as well as the yellow lights. They should all be yellow right now.
Okay.
So
Yeah, there's some red.
just some stuff to fix.
Okay.
So, yep.
Well, Mama Doc came in. She's got some things that she needs my help with. She expected me to be done at 1, of course, and it's 25 minutes after. And so, hey, it's been wonderful. This has been a fun stream again. Education is, I don't know. How do you get it out of the realm of people just making money at it, turn it back into knowledge is free and knowledge should be given freely, and get the occupational pursuit part of it off the table? I don't think we'll ever achieve that, but I can always hope for that. I would love to teach, and I would teach forever for free if I could keep feeding my family. And so it becomes an issue there. So if you could preach. Yeah.
Find a master, become an apprentice.
Yep.
Learn everything you can from the older generation.
Yep. There you go. So
And
anyway,
that's something that's been completely lost.
yep. So anyway, thank you all for being here. It's been a fun stream again. My arm is obviously getting better because I was able to deal with this stream pretty well, even though I had physical therapy yesterday that was really pushed me, and I pushed it all during the day, working out in the yard too, some. And so, yeah, my arm's getting better by leaps and bounds. So that's good. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Hopefully, if we can get Minecraft going, I'd like to live stream Minecraft later in this week. So we'll see if we can get that started too. So thanks for being here. Hope to see you again next week. And until later, bye-bye.